All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Allen. I'm the Ward 6 council member and chair of the council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Thursday, March 5th, 2026. We're meeting in room 120 of the historic John A. Wilson building, as well as on the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 10:39 a.m. and I'm calling to order this public oversight hearing of the committee. This is the committee's final performance oversight hearing for FY25, and we'll hear from the government witnesses for the Public Service Commission and the Office of People's Counsel. Briefly, the Public Service Commission, often referred to as the PSC or simply the Commission, was established to ensure that every public utility doing business within the district provides safe and adequate service, and the charges imposed by utilities are reasonable, just, and non-discriminatory. The Commission has general supervision of all gas companies and electrical companies and is responsible for reviewing proposed rate increases or other surcharges. Given that role, the Commission plays an influential role in electric grid modernization, gas pipeline infrastructure and safety, and advancement of the district's climate policy commitments and environmental preservation goals. The Commission is governed by 3 commissioners who are appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the council. The Office of the People's Counsel, also known as OPC, advocates for consumers of natural gas, electric, water, and landline telephone services, representing their interests in matters before the DC Public Service Commission, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the Federal Communications Commission, and the courts. OPC, following the passage of the DC Water Consumer Protection Amendment Act of 2018, is authorized to directly assist and advocate for the interest of ratepayers with DC Water, with some but not all of the same capabilities that it has before the PSC. When advocating on matters pertaining to the operation of utilities in the district, the office is required to consider the public safety, the economy of the District of Columbia, the conservation of natural resources, and the preservation of environmental quality, including effects on climate change and the district's public climate commitments. I believe we're going to have several members or colleagues of the council will be joining throughout the day, so I'll turn to them for be able to make an opening statement as well as for their rounds of questions. Last Friday, we held the public portion of this hearing and we had almost 100 witnesses. So it ran pretty much to late afternoon or evening. So we scheduled our government portion so that we would be able to give it the full amount of time. We certainly heard from a lot of folks very much interested in the impacts of rising rates and rising costs across the district and affordability for businesses, for residents, for small businesses, and district government at large. And I look forward to the conversation that we'll have today. The testimony we heard last week greatly helps inform the way that we help form our questions today. So quickly, got it. Sorry, I'm just told Councilmember Crawford is here. So I'm going to give the quick logistics for the meeting. I'll turn to Councilmember Crawford for an opening statement and then come right back. Today's hearing is going to focus on our government witnesses, and please note the committee will be accepting written testimony from the public until the close of business on March 7th, 2025. And individuals are encouraged to submit testimony through the council's hearing management system, which can be found on the council's website at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. We're going to break up our government witnesses into 2 panels, beginning with the Public Service Commission and then the Office of the People's Counsel. For Ms. Madhavu Fry and her deputies, please remain in the hearing room for any issues that may arise. Madam People Counsel, before we get started, I certainly will offer my congratulations as well for your well-earned retirement from the Office of People's Counsel. And thank you for your decades-long service to the people and government of the District of Columbia. And I'll do that more when she actually comes up. But let me turn to my opening for Councilmember Crawford, who I think is joining us virtually. And then after that, we will turn to opening testimony. So Councilmember Crawford, let me turn to you for an opening.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson Allen, and thank you to your team for convening today's hearing. I also want to thank our government witnesses, Chairperson Thompson and People's Counsel Fry, and their teams for testifying today. Today's hearing comes at a critical time for district ratepayers. Every single day, my office receives calls from residents and small businesses alike expressing real fear that they won't be able to pay their utility bills on time. Just last week, nearly 100 members of the public shared their stories of their utility bills doubling and even in some instances tripling in costs without a clear explanation from our utility providers. District residents are being dealt an unfair hand. We have no data centers within our borders, yet our residents are subsidizing hundreds of them sprawled across Loudoun, Prince George's, and Prince William counties just 30 miles away. Their enormous energy demands are driving up regional costs, and it is district constituents who are left holding the bill. That must change. The Commission must do more than manage rising costs. It must help reduce them. I look forward to being a partner in this work so that we can give district residents real, lasting rate relief. I look forward to hearing the testimony today, and I will also be in and out of the hearing, but my team is monitoring throughout the day. So thank you, Chairperson Allen.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Crawford, and we look forward to you being able to jump back in when you are able. All right, so what we're going to do is turn to our first panel of government witnesses. Chair Thompson and any of your relevant staff that you, of course, want to bring up, please feel free. We'll do our swearing in, then I'll turn it over to you for your testimony, and then after that, we'll move into questions. So if you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm on a penalty of perjury the testimony about to give to the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
I do. There we go.
Thank you very much. All right, let me turn it to you for your opening, and then we'll turn to questions after that.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Allen and members of the committee. My name is Emil C. Thompson, and I am proud to serve as the chairman of the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia. I want to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to testify. I've thought long and hard about how I wanted to frame my testimony today. Initially, I planned to present my testimony as I usually do, with a focus on major accomplishments and future plans. But I think we can both agree that the reality of what people feel at this moment and what was said during last week's hearing warrants a thoughtful, tailored response to truly meet this moment. I have submitted my previously planned testimony to the record and invite all to review it, as my team and I remain proud of what the Commission accomplished in 2025. My team and I listened and reflected on the public witness testimony from last week. Through that testimony, 4 key themes emerged: rising costs of utility bills, the need for a clean energy future, infrastructure updates, particularly as they relate to our aging underground gas pipes, and commission leadership. My testimony today will be centered around and responsive to those themes. I truly welcome and look forward to a good discussion with this committee on these items. First, rising costs of utility bills. I'd like to begin my testimony today by discussing the rising costs of utility bills. The Commission understands the frustration around the increased cost of utility bills. DC is not alone, as utility bills have risen nationwide. There is no debating that utility bills have gotten more expensive, and the significant cost increase puts a strain on many DC residents. That is a real fear and concern that we should be addressing in a collaborative manner. But before I go any further, I do want to note that low-income customers enrolled in the Residential Aid Discount Program through Pepco or the Residential Essential Services Program through Washington Gas remain exempt from any rate increase the Commission approves. I know that many of the witnesses who testified last week spoke explicitly about their Pepco bills, and I'd like to spend some time today breaking down the cost factors that impact DC residents' electric bill. Currently, there are 4 costs that comprise the Pepco electric bill: surcharges, generation, transmission, and distribution. As of January 2026, looking at my own personal bill, I can attest to this, that surcharges count for about 7% of that bill, generation accounts for 58% of that bill, transmission another 8%, and distribution is 27%. The Commission's decisions only impact the distribution charges, or just over a quarter of that bill amount. The other 3/4 of the bill are decided by either the DC Council or regional and federal decision makers, such as the PJM interconnection and FERC. This is not finger pointing, rather much needed context so that we can inform the next steps. Distribution change after an extensive review of a proposal rate change by the utility. The Commission never approves a rate increase at face value. Instead, through careful analysis and deliberation, the Commission often reduces the proposed increase to balance the need for consumers and utility service providers. For example, in the most recent Pepco rate case, the Commission reduced Pepco's initial ask by 35%, or $67.3 million. And I can provide other examples in rate cases where we've done just the same. Any sustainable solution to addressing rising utility costs must be a collaborative one. To that end, the DCPSC will be holding an affordability summit later this year. We will explore ways to reduce the cost burdens of utility services while balancing the tenets of reliability, safety, and sustainability. The DCPSC and the Office of People's Counsel have established an energy affordability proceeding, formal case number 1186, to perform a holistic evaluation of energy affordability in DC. The DCPSC is eager to work collaboratively with the DC Council, as well as regional and federal stakeholders, to develop and implement innovative, effective, and sustainable solutions around the rising cost of utility service provision in the district. Now I'd like to talk about the district's energy goals, or rather the energy commitments, and the Commission's role in pursuing them. DCPSC wants a clean energy future to ensure both the health of our environment and the resiliency of our city. And in light of the many recent global events, the resiliency of the district is more important now than ever. I want to be clear, the Commission remains committed to the energy commitments set by the DC Council. The District of Columbia is not behind, from the Commission's point of view, in achieving some of our clean energy commitments. In fact, with respect to our RPS compliance, we are ahead. The installation and use of solar panels continues to rise in the district. Last year, the Commission certified 4,209 new solar facilities that participate in the Renewable Portfolio Standards Program, including 457 new CREFs. This work is done through the Commission's administration of the RPS program, which ensures the mandates established in the Local Expansion Amendment Act of 2022 are met. The Commission also partners with and promotes the Solar for All initiative supporting low-income residents. These accomplishments are made more impressive when you consider the size of the district. We don't have mountains or rolling hills for wind turbines or acres of flat land for solar panels. But as we always do in the district, we make it work, and we make it work well at that. I know that much of the witness testimony last week centered around moving away from natural gas in the district. Yesterday, as you may be aware, the Commission issued an order opening an integrated national natural gas distribution system planning docket to ensure future decisions align with the district's legal and policy framework. The Commission will continue to prioritize projects that put the district one step closer to achieving its energy commitments. One example is the distribution system planning work group meetings, whose work will help the district optimize and modernize our electric distribution system. The Commission has also overseen 4 active pilots through our work with the Pilot Project Governance Board. Those projects are the Community Heat Pump Pilot, the Solar Aggregation and Advanced Inverter Pilot, and the Transactive Neighborhood Renewable Microgrid Pilot, and the Virtual Power Plant Pilot. My original testimony, which has been submitted for the record, includes updates on each of those projects. We can't discuss the district's energy commitments without discussing the city's energy infrastructure. When it comes to supplying energy to a city built on an aging infrastructure, 2 realities must be navigated at once. The DCPSC has a duty to ensure safe and reliable utility service provision given existing infrastructure, and we must work together towards a new energy infrastructure that aligns with the district's energy commitments and resiliency needs. As we can see from the recent break of the Potomac Interceptor, when infrastructure is aging and breaks, it is harder and more costly to fix it reactively. We must be proactive. The DCPSC's mission to ensure the utilities provide safe and reliable utility service to the district compels us to be proactive to fortify aging infrastructure before they fail. I am proud of the fact that in 2025 and so far this year, we've had no major incidents. Through the Commission's work, we've also seen a 29% reduction in gas leaks between 2019 and 2024. Yesterday, we also issued an order in formal case 1179, which approved a modified district safe plan that represents a structural departure from project pipes. Instead of focusing on wholesale replacement of pipes of a certain material, this program will focus on replacing the riskiest pipe in the system. In addition to new reporting requirements, WGL must provide a detailed written summary as to why NPAs, including relining and other emerging technologies involving repair, are not appropriate for each project on that list. We agree that there is an energy future that looks much different than our current energy landscape. At the same time, we have to maintain the infrastructure we have by ensuring it is safe and reliable. Much of our local economy relies on our system, including the restaurant industry, many restaurants, and the federal government. Both the entire Commission and I are eager to engage in conversations around what our energy future can look like and work in collaboration with the DC Council, the utility service providers, residents, and other stakeholders to meet DC's energy commitments. Finally, I'd like to discuss both my and the Commission's leadership. As both the chairman of the DCPSC and a proud native Washingtonian, I remain committed to the district and its residents. And listening to last week's hearing, there is always more that DCPSC can do, and we will do, particularly regarding communication on our initiatives, decision-making process, and opportunities for public comment. However, there's a lot that I am proud of at the Commission. We have ensured that low-income residents are still protected from rate increases through RAD and RES, as mentioned before, and the Lifeline Economy 2 program through Verizon. Since my appointment, we've increased the number of public roundtables, work groups, technical conferences, and hearings, allowing us to receive more input on our work. The Commission proactively seeks to learn from its decisions, and to that end, we established the Lessons Learned Working Group in 2025 following their approval of the multi-year rate case. Following 11 stakeholder meetings in 2025, the Lessons Learned Working Group filed a report detailing a framework to evaluate MYPs on December 19th, 2025. These stakeholder meetings were held with a number of different stakeholder groups, and public comments were due on January 28, 2026. We are currently reviewing the report and will issue an order on the framework that sets out the evaluation requirements for multi-year rate applications moving forward. This framework will then be used to evaluate the current MYP, and we've been very clear in our orders that until this evaluation is complete, Pepco cannot file another multi-year rate plan. I would also note that the MYP contains several other important consumer protection provisions, such as an automatic credit adjustment to rate consumers to adjust for any potential over-earning, compliance filings to reflect an updated forecast capital additions, an independent management audit to review the accuracy of the utility spending, and then, of course, there's always the prudency review that will be done of capital investments. In closing, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Commissioner Beverly and Commissioner Trabue and the dedicated staff of the Commission for their continued hard work and professionalism. I would also like to thank DC residents who provided comments during our proceeding, attend our community education events, and even testified at our performance and previous budget oversight hearings. I would note that during last week's hearing, there was mention of our staff and their capabilities. I want to be record as standing behind and supporting our staff. Our staff is top-notch. They are dedicated public servants who come to work every day to deliver the best results for district consumers. It is my hope that my testimony today reflects that we are working and engaging around what was shared during the public testimony last week and offers new insights or tangible solutions about how we can move forward together to create an energy future in DC that we can take pride in. Chairman Allen, myself, and the entire commission want to be a trusted collaborator and partner in aligning on and creating solutions for these complex issues. Thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Chairman Thompson. And I'll note thank you, as mentioned, you had submitted previous testimony, you had revised testimony, so both of those will be in the record just to make sure that's clear.
Yes, thank you.
And what we're going to do is 10-minute rounds. I think we have Councilmember Crawford who's here, may have other council members come in, but so we'll do a 10-minute clock as we run through our different rounds here. I do probably want to just jump straight in. You talked a little bit about the decision that the Public Service Commission released yesterday. Might be a good space to start since that's so fresh, and kind of jump right in on that. So Public Service Commission published order number 22789, informal case 1179. So I wanted to see if you could talk a little bit more. The commission ultimately is approving a 3-year plan period, July 2026 through June 2029, with a budget of $150 million. So it had initially been proposed at about $215 million. So as you noted, that's a 30% reduction from what they had initially proposed. What are some of the factors that led you and the commission to reduce that from 215 down to 150? And what does that reduction actually represent?
Yeah, so let me give you a little bit additional context. Going back across the history of Project Pipes, there was, of course, Project Pipe is the one that was settled, I believe, through a settlement amongst the parties. Project Pipes 2 was approved, I believe, in 2019 or 2020, prior to my time at the commission. And when Project Pipes 3 was filed, it was filed as a 5-year, $671 million program that still was looking at wholesale pipe replacement. We then issued an order dismissing that and saying that that's not in alignment with where the district is going. Wholesale pipe replacement is not where we want to go. We looked at jurisdictions up and down the East Coast that spent billions of dollars doing wholesale pipe replacement. And so that's when we issued an order asking and demanding of the company for this revised program. They came back, as you mentioned, with a 3-year, $215 million program. And we came to 3-year 150 million with additional caveats within that 150 million because we wanted to balance the interests of maintaining a safe system with affordability for ratepayers. One of the things that we did in this order is previously the way it worked was Washington Gas was able to recover all this money immediately through the surcharge mechanism. We've now put a provision in that there's a threshold that they have to spend each year that cannot be recovered in the immediate surcharge and has to wait till the next rate case. So I believe in the first year, they have to spend a threshold amount of 10 million, or basically 22% of the budget. Next year, 12.5, and the following year, 15 million. So instead of the entire $150 million being recovered in the surcharge, sorry, doing some quick math here, I think that's about $37.5 million would then be pushed to a rate case to be recovered there.
Okay. Couple of things I'll try to break down, make sure I followed. So if I could ask you to spend a little more time though on what were you hoping, what was the PSC hoping to gain by the reduction of the 215 to the 150? Like what's actually changed? And then the second piece is the cost recovery you're talking about, the approximately 37 million. Is that per year, or that was over the course of 3 years?
So the threshold is the threshold amount each year. And so I merge them all together, but the first year would be 10 million, second year 12.5, third year would be 15 million. So
what is it? I guess what I'm trying to make sure I understand, the idea behind that is that while Washington Gas, from a rate recovery standpoint, the Public Service Commission is saying you Washington Gas cannot recover over those course of those 3 years that $37-ish million, but you can make a proposal to do rate recovery on that or cost recovery on that in a future rate case, correct?
Correct. So the idea is that, of course, the utility is allowed to recover costs for what they spend, provide they are prudently expended. And so one of the problems, or one of the concerns that the parties, and I believe all of them raises, was that their ability to recover the money too quickly created problems. And I think it was actually Sierra Club that came up with this idea of having a threshold mechanism in which they had to spend above a certain threshold before they were eligible for accelerated recovery. So the idea is this forces the company to have to basically carry some of these costs on their balance sheet until the following rate case.
Got it. And then I'm a ratepayer. I'm thinking, does this just mean I'm kind of kicking the can down the road, and so I'm going to have to pay for it? I'm just going to pay for it in 3 years? Or is the idea that the Public Service Commission will then assess the prudence of that expenditure and they may have cost recovery? Or are you saying the Public Service Commission may not approve the cost recovery for expenditures?
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm trying to make sure if I'm a ratepayer, should they think that might give me some temporary relief from rising rates? They're still going to rise, but they may not rise as much. But 3 years from now, my rates are going up again to cover that? Or is the PSC going to evaluate the prudence of that?
So every utility project we evaluate the prudency of, and parties are allowed to raise the prudency of those projects. We've had instances in the past, and I'm thinking specifically there was an ALD program that we had authorized Washington Gas to do. And when the filings came in, it was inconsistent with the directive. And we actually denied cost recovery for it because we said this was not in accordance with what we told you to do. So to answer your question, yes, everything goes through a prudency review. So yeah.
Okay. All right. So in the order, the commission stated, quote, "It's necessary and reasonable to allow a surcharge recovery mechanism to address safety concerns and maintain parity with the district's peer jurisdictions." When would you anticipate the surcharge going into effect?
So the surcharge would be a continuation of the current surcharge mechanism. And so I believe in the order there is a provision, I think within 30 days, they have to file an updated tariff. And after that, there needs to be a current factor. I would have to get you those exact details. But it's part of the compliance filing. And once that current factor is reviewed, verified by staff, that is when an updated surcharge would go into place.
Okay. Is the surcharge, I guess, will it be a flat charge across all customers, or is it based on usage?
Based on usage. And so
Okay.
there's a sum that they would have to recover, and then it's broken down into kilowatt hours and well, not kilowatt, because
Is the actual, so is the actual formula, is that set, or that we don't know what the actual formula used for that surcharge and rate recovery is?
that will be part of the filing that Washington Gas does and that we ultimately review and approve.
Okay. All right. And what would be the timeline that we would expect them? Again, you said you think in
Right. So
primarily in 30 days?
I believe the current factor is due once we get, for the updated program is due, I believe in July. There's a tariff update that's supposed to be filed within a certain amount of time, but the current factor, which leads to the calculation, is a little bit further out because it's also based on our approval of the actual project list and et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. What have we seen with similar tariffs over the course of project pipes?
In terms of,
Do you see the tariff come back within 30 days, within 3 months? What is your expectation based on the past performance is what I'm kind of getting at.
okay. So typically what we do is we give them a timeline by which they have to file by. And 10 times out of 10, they meet that because that's part of their recovery. That's how they get the ball rolling to recovery. So they file the documents on time, if that's what the question is. The question then becomes the time it may take for us to verify, check. If there's more clarity needed, that can cause for some variation in approval time. But typically they file in accordance with the rules.
Okay.
Time-wise.
All right. When I'm looking back through the opinion from yesterday as well, I want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. We talked about the threshold here. So commissions authorize thresholds at which they can immediately receive accelerated cost recovery surcharges on top of what the commission approved. Am I reading that correct? Do you want me to repeat that?
Please.
Yeah. So what I'm looking at is, has the commission essentially authorized thresholds at which they can immediately receive an accelerated cost recovery surcharge on top of what the commission has approved? In other words, a base and then the accelerated cost recovery.
Let me say this. We have approved that once they spend, in year one, once they spend $10 million, then starting at that point, they can then get that recovery for the delta between up to, I believe the first year is 45 million. So they have to spend $10 million first. Once they've spent that 10 million to get accelerated, they have to spend that before they can get accelerated recovery on that last 35 million in year one.
And the 10 million broken up over the 3 years, by 10, the 12.5 and the 15, that's what would be in a future rate case for cost recovery.
Correct.
All right. So, and then last question, and my time is up, and I'll turn to Councilmember Crawford. What is my risk then, or our risk of essentially, does a mechanism like that incentivize a Washington Gas to say, I'm going to spend as fast as I can to reach that 10 million because I need to get that rate, that cost recovery. And so once I hit the 10 million, I can get it. So doesn't it stand to reason that they would move as fast as they can to spend the first 10 million to get to the automatic rate recovery, which then means we're not really able to evaluate the prudence of the decision on that first 10?
Well, they wouldn't be able to get the recovery on the 10 until the rate case anyway. In the rate case, we just finished the Washington Gas rate case. I don't expect them to be coming back in anytime soon. And so we wouldn't evaluate the prudence of that 10 million until the rate case. And so, which could be a year,
Right.
a year and a half out. With regards to the accelerated pipe portion of it, one of the things that we do have is when we were reviewing the project list, prior to approval of the project list, because they have to submit a project list for us to approve, we look at the projects, we look at their Jana risk scores, we look at the estimates. And so there's a comprehensive review that's done on the front end to ensure we look at class 3 estimates. And so not only do we look at it, but all the parties who are parties to the case have opportunity to look at. One of the things that's also in the order is it talks about how this information needs to be in a cloud format so that parties can view the documentation.
Got it. Okay. I'll come back to this on another round, so I'm over time here. So Councilmember Crawford, let me turn to you for a round.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen. Good afternoon, Chairperson Thompson. I want to start with questions on Pepco. So the commission approved Pepco's multi-year rate plan for electric distribution service covering 2024 to 2026. And in your testimony, you stated that the commission reduced Pepco's original request from 190.7 million to 123.4 million. Can you describe why Pepco's original request was reduced by 60 million and why the commission only reduced the request by this amount?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Crawford. So the commission reduced that amount. There are several places where we took made cuts to the Pepco rate case. One thing I would note is I believe they came and asked for a rate of return of approximately 10.5%. We ultimately gave them a rate of return, return on equity of 9.5%. And then we cut a lot of the capital expenditures. One of the benefits of a multi-year rate plan when done effectively is that the utility has to come to you and provide you with their forecasted plan going forward, and you have to approve that budget as opposed to looking retroactively and saying, well, this money wasn't spent prudently. And so we were able to cut some of the capital projects that we didn't think were as necessary. At the same time, though, to answer the second part of your question about why we could not cut it even further, is because there were some investments that Pepco had made in the system that were now in service and warranted recovery. You know, I think about things such as the Capital Grid project, which transformed our network distribution system, our radial distribution system, transmission system around the city to a networked one by putting a high voltage transmission line through the heart of the city. It also built a new Mount Vernon substation and is rehabbed two other substations. So as those projects come online, and that were actually previously approved by the commission, cost recovery was appropriate. And so it's that balance of ensuring that safety and reliability that we've all come to appreciate now from Pepco. Many of us remember in 2012 and 2013 where outages were the norm, which led to DC plug and other projects. But now we have top decile reliability. We have the ability to have more hosting capacity on the map. All these things, infrastructure investments that Pepco has made, a lot of these are now coming time for cost recovery.
Thank you. And then your responses also indicate that PSC convened a lessons learned working group to evaluate multi-year rate plans. Will the findings of this report influence the cost benefit analysis that the commission is required to form?
So the lessons learned working group, which was mandated as part of 1176, was really to develop metrics and how to evaluate an MYP. Across the nation, traditional test year rate plans have been going on for like 100 years, right? So you have a well-established body of not only legal, but policy precedents that really guide those cases. In the last 15, 20 years, I would say, multi-year plans have started to pop up in different jurisdictions across the country. Multiple states use them, even more utilities use them. And so the idea is, well, this is important because we need to figure out if this works for us. And if it does work for us, do we have the right measures in place to ensure that it's benefiting the residents and ratepayers of the District of Columbia? And so the idea is twofold. One, you had this lessons learned working group. They met 11 times. They filed an interim report, creating this framework. The commission then issues an order on this framework. That order is then used by Pepco to then evaluate or submit initial filing, right? Let me say it that way, submit initial filing on this MYP 1176. And then from there, we can see what the future looks like.
Okay. And then is it still accurate that there's a existing appeal before the DC Court of Appeals on these rate increases with Pepco?
That is not accurate. The decision, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but
No,
the decision actually came in this morning.
this
Um,
morning.
this
Wow.
morning, yes, yes. So
Okay.
it's
What's
been
the decision?
so the commission, the Court of Appeals vacated the decision and remanded it to the commission for additional findings. The crux of the argument was that because the commission did not have an evidentiary hearing, and instead had a legislative style hearing, that this left some essentially some gaps in the record. That in addition to and do not quote me on this because I was trying to read this morning as I was coming over here. Also, could have I think implicated some due process issues. So the Court of Appeals has asked us to now have a evidentiary hearing, and so certainly have to talk with legal team, the commissioners, to figure out what our next steps are. But that's about as much as I can give you right now.
Okay. I truly did not know that this came out this morning.
No,
So my team and I will also look into this so I can make sure I'm fully up to speed there. Additionally, you served as the president of the Organization of PJM States in 2025. In your role as president, how did you highlight DC's unique challenges with rising costs, considering our proximity to Loudoun County?
Great question. So when I first became president, well, let me back up. The organization of PJM States is a state group that represents the commissioners or the state commissions in the PJM. PJM, for those who don't know, is the regional transmission authority that coordinates the basically the power, the electricity flow throughout the Mid-Atlantic region, 13 states and the District of Columbia, as they like to remind me that we're not a state all the time. But as president, I was president when capacity prices first spiked, and we're talking about summer of 24. And the auction occurred, and those prices were to go into effect in the summer of 25. The initial comment was that these are simple supply demand issues. There's less demand, more supply. There's data centers coming. We have power plant retirements. That's why we had this tightening of the capacity price. One of the things I did as chairman is I dove deep, as I do on many issues, and we actually put forward 4 rule changes and pressed PJM to file those rule changes before FERC. Each one of those were unanimously approved by FERC. Now, that provided temporary relief. One of the things that we also supported was a price collar on the base residual auction, which the first one was approved. PJM just filed another one looking at outward years, and that's before FERC right now. But I will be the first to say that that's not going to solve the problem. The prices have spiked, and until we get more supply in the system, there's not really a clear path forward. Just yesterday, the White House had a number of the tech companies who are building these data centers over to talk about paying their fair costs. And a lot of what they're talking about there is bringing your own generation, paying for transmission upgrades, creating tariffs. Those are all great, but the price is already high. And if all the new generation goes to serve those new data centers, then prices will remain high. And so the conversation is a very nuanced conversation. And I'm proud to say that Commissioner Trabue is now in the organization of PJM States. He's very active in these discussions, but really trying to figure out what can best be done to protect existing ratepayers on the system from costs that are being incurred by data centers.
And I probably only have time to squeeze one more question in. So given your experience on the PJM, what is it again? Sorry.
OPSI.
Organization of PJM States. Are Loudoun County customers experiencing the same rate hikes as customers in DC and Prince George's County? How does it compare?
Yeah, so they're in a different zone than us, and so when our capacity prices spiked here in DC, I believe the Dominion zone spiked even more. Um, I think the flip side of that is they're getting a lot of tax revenue from the data centers, and so they're using that in other ways to potentially offset some of these costs. I don't know all the details, but that's the benefit they have. We don't have. I mean, we have a few data centers in DC, but not to the same magnitude, and so I hope that answers your question.
Yes, I'll follow up on my next round.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember. All right, let me jump back to, we're gonna switch from Pepco back to gas for a second. I want to make sure I understood when you, kind of the thread I was talking about, echo here, related to the 10 million and hitting that threshold.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that there's a list of projects that have to get approved. The list of projects has to be approved by the PSC before Washington Gas can start any of those projects?
Correct.
Okay. So how often has the PSC in the last year turned down or declined project proposals?
So, great question. The previous program, and this is why I say that this is a structural departure. The previous program basically said if you are a cast iron pipe, if you are a bare steel pipe, and vintage mechanical coupling, and one or two other things, then essentially you're eligible for replacement. Um, it so happens that those are materials that we don't use in DC anymore, and typically those are 80, 70-year-old pipes, and so yeah, they're risky. But it's kind of a blanket umbrella for a lot of different types of pipe. So to answer your question, um, I can't think of a time offhand that we rejected one of those, primarily because the blanket was so big. But what we have now is a much different approach where it's risk-based, where the scores that are generated by JANA matter, that we also, and this is, I think, a key provision, we require Washington Gas to explain in great detail why this pipe cannot be repaired. This is something that we also heard from all the parties. And one of the things that we put in this order is that we've said that, sorry, I want to read it verbatim. The commission finds that the additional requirement to consider NPAs will ensure transparency and aid in the evaluation of the proposed projects on the list selected for replacement, in turn lead to more repairs. Therefore, the commission directs WGL to include an explanation of why replacement is the most effective method of risk mitigation for each project in its annual project list. This explanation shall include any NPAs, including pipeline abandonment, considered to mitigate risk for any of the included pipe segments, and include a justification to pursue replacement instead. These explanations shall be substantive and project specific. Each justification must be supported by internal engineering analysis, documented operational assessment, or established industry best practice or regulatory guidance, and shall provide sufficient detail to independently evaluate whether replacement was the most appropriate response to identified risk. Again, getting to this idea that replacement should not be the norm. Things such as relining are commonly used in other jurisdictions. BGE does it. But we know relining is not appropriate for everything. I think there's literature out there that says on service lines, relining might not be the most effective. So again, requiring Washington Gas to clearly document why replacement is necessary and not have that just be the default.
Okay. So if the commissions may focus on safety concerns with our current distribution network, is our cast iron and bare steel pipes, less than 50% of the projects are proposed for upgrade or made of iron or steel. So should I expect then that the way you've crafted this order, your intention is that that list will change, that the only projects that will come up to be submitted to the PSC for approval before they get started is on those cast iron and bare steel and the sections that need to be repaired for safety?
Correct. Another thing that we took out of there was, I believe under pipes 2, there was a provision that allowed Washington Gas to essentially let's say DDOT is doing some work in an area and there's a pipe over there. Because DDOT's pulling up the street and they're doing all this, maybe for efficiency purposes, it's efficient for Washington Gas to go ahead and replace that pipe. But that might not be what's in the best interest of ratepayers and the district. And so we've removed all deviations from the project list. You have to have approval by the commission first. If you do think you want a deviation, you have to explicitly ask for commission permission.
Okay. What's the penalty if a project happens that did not have PSC approval?
Oh, we can deny recovery.
Okay.
And that means the company, and when we would deny recovery, that doesn't mean just you can't get surcharge. You don't get any recovery at all. So even in a rate case.
All right. Okay. I do want to make sure you've used the kind of the phrasing of structural departure from project pipes too. You've used the phrase structural departure from project pipes a couple of times. I want to make sure I kind of understand what is that structural departure. I think you kind of outlined one there around a list of approval. Part of when I look at project pipes 2 and what was ultimately approved, it's approximately $50 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
What was approved yesterday, approximately $50 million a year. So it seems like the amount of work, the cost, and what the cost recovery ultimately would come back to ratepayers is the same as project pipes 2. What's structurally, how do you help me understand what's structurally a departure if at the end of the day, ratepayers are paying the same thing under project pipes 2?
Great question. So I think what you're referring to is a budget similarity, right? But the programs are completely different. Again, under pipes 2, it was any cast iron, any bare steel, any VMC, any pipe, no matter how risky we thought it was eligible for replacement. That's how we got on this path to we were going to replace all this type of pipe in the district. This program removes these categories and says we're only going to now replace the riskiest pipe based on this JANA scorecard. Talked about the written explanations around why replacement is necessary for this pipe versus repair. It's something that has not been required before. There's also a customer choice pilot in here in which in advance of Washington Gas coming and replacing your service line, Washington Gas has to notify you that they're going to do this and provide you with literature about electrification in case you were maybe thinking about fuel switching and didn't know that was an option. So instead of them replacing pipes on homes or apartments that we think they may be electrifying, they're at least providing that notice to the customer well in advance so they can make an informed decision. We talk about the budget. Yes, it is about the same 150 million, but how they recover that money is different. I would also note that those are probably some the reporting requirements are a lot more strict, requiring more information. We've also expanded time for the parties to engage on the project list so that they have meaningful opportunity to look at the project list, conduct discovery on those lists, get more information if needed. So that's done. We've also said that before Washington Gas, I believe, before Washington Gas, either before or simultaneously with Washington Gas filing the project list, they have to meet with the stakeholders to show them the project list. The idea being that them having that conversation before it gets to us, hopefully will at least lead to more transparency and better understanding. So those are just a few of the ways. I mean, the order is probably about 67 pages. So there's a lot in there, but I think those are some
still reading through it. I agree. All right, I guess the way you're outlining and describing this decision is as a major structural change, and you're outlining the ways in which you think the commission is making those changes around the goals to be achieved. As a ratepayer, if I'm still seeing $50 million a year. There's a structure to do full rate recovery, whether it's today or tomorrow, but it's still $50 million a year. In what ways am I looking at this, or should I be looking at this as this is the commission taking a structurally different approach to achieve a different policy outcome? Is this intended to try to make changes towards not just safety, not just ratepayer, but as part of meeting our climate goals?
Yeah. My answer would be yes. So of course, I think safety and reliability are some of the easy ones to see on its face, right? Having 80-year-old pipes that are risky in the ground that have a combustible fluid or gas in it, that's problematic. We see what happened in Virginia just a couple of weeks ago. So reliability and safety are things that cost money. We have to balance it with affordability. In terms of our climate goals, one of the goals of the district is carbon neutrality by 2045. That means we have to, while we still have a gas system in the district, we have to maintain it, and we have to make sure that the gas is staying inside of the pipes. As the city moves in the direction it's moving, we also have to be cognizant that as of now, customers have the right to choose. If customers want to have natural gas in their homes, we have a duty to, well, Washington Gas has a duty to provide that service, and we have a duty to ensure that's safe and reliable. Even if 10 houses on the block decide they want to electrify, but one doesn't, you still have to run the main. The main has to be safe, and that service line to that house has to be safe. Downtown, if businesses are going to use gas, it has to be safe. The biggest customer in the district, the federal government, has natural gas. And so we have to ensure that it's safe. And so the way the commission can help, and the way the commission is helping, is ensuring that that gas stays in those pipes.
So I guess and I'm over time, so Councilor Crawford, just a little discretion, and I'll turn to you and give you a little extra time as well. I hear the changes you're making to try to better target the work that would be done. I hear you talk about the structural changes, a project the PSC has to approve proactively. I hear you talking about the threshold that has to be met before cost recovery happens. I don't see, but I will give you a chance to convince me where I'm not seeing it. I don't see where this actually moves us towards carbon neutrality by 2045. What I hear you say is this keeps the gas in the pipes, but it just keeps them safely in the pipes. Mm-hmm. Is there anything in this that moves us towards decommissioning gas, towards carbon neutrality? That's what I'm lacking in hearing, is how this moves us towards those 2045 carbon neutrality goals.
Yeah. So great question. And this is a question I think that continually comes up in a lot of our proceedings, and it's the commission's role and authority around what Washington Gas can and cannot sell. We had an order, and it was reaffirmed on reconsideration. It was affirmed on reconsideration, unanimous decision both times, 3-0, in which we opine that we do not have the ability, the power to restrict the provision of service from Washington Gas because they have a federal charter, and absent something that changes that, we don't have that ability. What we have stated is we have the ability to regulate them through their emissions. One of the biggest sources of emissions that Washington Gas has within the district are the emissions that come out of the pipes. And so when we talk about this goal to carbon neutrality, keeping that gas in the pipes helps aid in that.
Okay. I'm well over on this round, so let me turn to Councilmember Crawford.
Thank you. So I want to go back to data centers. I have actually had a lot of conversations with family and friends about data centers, family and friends that aren't really into policy and they're not policy wonks, but we talk about data centers and the impact of data centers and what it means for us just as a nation long term. So for the benefit of the public, I would ask you to just explain why residential customers and small commercial customers are responsible for paying some of the data center's share of their electricity usage.
Okay. No small question there. Okay, so I think when we think about energy pricing, people think of typically just energy in of itself, right? So the cost of the generation and how it comes to you. But generation prices are made up of several different pieces, one of which is the capacity price. And the capacity price, one way to think about it is the reliability price. And the capacity price, though, is how much it costs to ensure that there is enough electricity on the grid at any given time to meet the maximum usage by all participants on the grid. So we talk about being part of PJM. And so what PJM does is they have to ensure that at any given time of the day, they have enough power to support everybody on the grid. And that's where you get the capacity price. Now, sometimes we don't use as much power as the full capacity, but you have to have that reliability metric. If you don't, you have widespread blackouts that could lead to death, economic loss, etc. So what's happened is over time, the buffer between the capacity and the actual usage has gotten smaller and smaller. The other thing is that the way data centers operate is they typically run, especially the new ones that are doing AI training, they run about the same level 24/7, a very consistent load profile. And so as a result, you have to have that capacity at all times a day. So as the supply and demand have gotten tighter and tighter, to make up that difference, it's getting more and more expensive. And so that's where you're seeing the capacity portion of the bill really start to increase over the past 2 years. And will probably for the foreseeable future continue to increase. Capacity depends on the type of generating resource you have. The resource that has the most capacity is nuclear. It runs as a capacity factor, I think in PJM, somewhere around 94, 95%. That then steps down to some of your traditional fossil fuels. And then you have your renewables that just have a lower capacity factor. And that's because of things I think we can all recognize. The sun's not shining, if it's raining, night versus daytime. So their capacity factor is lower. Now, solar certainly helps with energy pricing, especially in the summer, because it's soaking up all the power or soaking up all the sun and delivering tons of electricity. But as we saw during Winter Storm Fern, the electricity mix was about 4% solar at most. And so you have to have that balance, and a lot of that capacity factor is coming from your baseload generation.
And that was actually part of an additional question I was going to ask you, if PJM or just states are looking at alternative sources of energy in order to bring the cost down. And it sounds like solar could be an option, but it may not be ready or sustainable at the moment.
Right. And so what you see a
Okay.
lot is when you have solar paired with battery, you're getting a lot better capacity value, because that solar can then be stored with the battery. When it's generated, it can be stored and then discharged later. But you see, I think if you look at Maryland, Maryland is looking at trying to build some natural gas plants for the first time in a long time. In Pennsylvania, you've seen where Governor Shapiro has pulled the state out of Reggie because he states that there's an energy crisis, and so therefore he wants to be able to build more natural gas plants there. And so jurisdiction by jurisdiction, you're seeing different things. I think Maryland's also doing some innovative things around battery. And so that I think battery has some real opportunity to ameliorate some of these capacity effects, especially in a jurisdiction as DC, where you have so much solar that if it can't be used immediately, it needs to be stored and discharged later.
And then the conversation around alternative sources of energy is separate from perhaps some jurisdictions choosing to transfer rising costs to the data center operators. Is that correct?
I would say so, because when people talk about transferring the cost to data centers, again, what they're talking about primarily is forward-looking actions. And so, data center comes on, it needs 500 megawatts, well, you need to bring power generation that's going to match that, so you're not taking away from the grid. You're coming onto the grid, and you need a transmission upgrade to serve your data center. You have to pay for that. It's not being cost allocated. Again, I think the problem comes when, if all new generation is going to solve and help the data centers, what happens to us who have been on the grid for a while and have already had our prices spike? Is it going to cause our prices to go down? It depends on how the rules at PJM are tailored.
Okay. And then switching back to Pepco, you've stated that the commission is expecting another ratepayer increase request. Why, do you know why Pepco is requesting another increase?
I probably misspoke, or maybe something was lost in communicate.
Okay. That's not
Pepco's rate.
happening.
No, Pepco's rate effective period ends at the end of this year, so
Okay.
end of 26. What I said was that there's probably going to be another slight SOS increase, again because of the capacity pricing, and some other, for lack of a better word, things. But that's not something that Pepco controls, and it's not something that the commission controls.
Okay. So I will switch because those were my Pepco and data center questions. I saw that you are pilot testing a geothermal pilot project at the Berry Farm redevelopment in Ward 8. What is the current status of the project?
Yes. So that project is certainly moving along.
And what does it mean to be doing a geothermal pilot project?
Yeah. So a geothermal pilot project. So first, geothermal is another form of renewable energy, right? So we often talk about solar and wind, and those are kind of the most commonly discussed. Geothermal is a different kind in which we are tapping into the Earth's basically temperature to help heat and cool homes. And so the Berry Farm redevelopment, in which this is a ground up program, we awarded two contracts. So two contracts, 2.5 million each, one to Berry Farm and the other one to Meadow Green Court apartment complex. And this will allow them to reap the benefits of geothermal. What I'll say about geothermal is, I think traditionally maybe it's probably a little bit more expensive than solar, but is still another great renewable source that we can leverage. One of the things that made the Berry Farm redevelopment and the Meadow Green Court apartment community ideal are those were redevelopments. And so it's a little bit easier to do geothermal when you're building something new or redeveloping something new. It's not quite the same when you're dealing with existing structures.
I just hope people find this fascinating because I'm learning a lot today, and it is wonky, but it's interesting.
Thank you.
And then you already answered my next question because it was on geothermal energy and whether that's a more tenable alternative source of energy. And I'm hearing you said because it's a new redevelopment project, right? It's a bit easier to use that geothermal.
Yeah. Yeah, and just to give you a scale on the numbers, I believe for Berry Farm, it's about, like I said, it's 2.5 million, and it's estimated to serve 49 units. And that grant also requires, I believe, matching money from the developer as well. So again, just kind of giving you a scale of cost and what we're talking about here. Yeah.
Okay, and then finally, in my last minute, recently Maryland passed the Working for Accessible Renewable Maryland Thermal Heat or Warmth Act, which requires certain gas companies to develop a plan for a pilot thermal energy network system. Do you believe the district has the requisite infrastructure to support similar legislation?
Um, Great question. Not familiar with that legislation. I think, and this is me completely just thinking off the cuff. Washington Gas is a pipes company. And so from that point of view, I would think that's something that they perhaps should be able to do. The other side of that is that how we want to use ratepayer money? And I say that because if we talk about just now 2.5 million for 49 homes, what does that look like? And of course, this is me not seeing any proposal, but I just think, you know, the issue of rising bills is a real one. And I think it's just a discussion that needs to be had. I'm not sure if that's helpful. Sorry.
No, thank you. Thank you. You didn't know the details of the bill, so it's
Yeah.
fine. Chairperson Allen, I'll be back later. I don't need another round at this point. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And we look forward to seeing you a little bit later. All right, Mr. Chairman, I want to switch gears to a different item that was on the PSC's agenda to try.
Can I
Yes,
just
sir.
say one thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry. You know, with the pilot projects, we were fortunate in that none of those pilot projects are ratepayer money. Those all came from the Pepco Exelon merger, and that's what kind of gave us that unique ability to do some innovative things and not have ratepayers bear the brunt. So I just wanted to kind
Yeah,
of tie
just
that.
you're clarifying your conversation with Councilmember Crawford.
Correct.
Just to make sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Absolutely. Thanks.
thank you.
So also on yesterday's PSC meeting agenda, the Public Service Commission opened a docket on integrated natural gas distribution system planning.
Yes.
Don't know if it has a acronym that just kind of rolls off the tongue. INGZBIP. So we're just calling integrated national gas distribution system planning. So the investigation is a result of issues raised and addressed during formal case number 1179 concerning long-term natural gas infrastructure planning and risk management. It seems like what the PSC is doing is adopting the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners proposal. Is that roughly correct?
The framework, yes.
Okay. So in the hearing last week, we heard from folks that talked about that the state of Maryland, for example, has opened a docket, or well, docket's the right terminology, but essentially has opened a case where they are reviewing the future of gas infrastructure, but then they explicitly include language around the future of their gas planning related to meeting their climate goals and decarbonization. Is that included here? Because it doesn't seem to be.
Yeah. So
what seems to be focused on safety, which we all want, but I don't see a bigger picture, but I might be missing it if you want to elaborate, please.
No, I certainly can. The NARUC roadmap framework was built in conjunction with a number of commissioners across the states, and was actually principally led by the former chair of the Massachusetts Commission, Jamie Van Nostrand, who is the one who really moved the gas docket forward in Massachusetts. That's often referred to as kind of like the gold standard. And one of the first steps in this framework is understanding your particular jurisdiction's laws, policies, and using that really as a baseline to build out that plan. And so it would certainly take into account the district's climate commitments, in terms of greenhouse gas reductions, all these various factors, so that when we build the framework, we're building one that's actually tailored to the laws and policies of the district and not an abstract, well, this state did it, so we should just adopt that same state's practice as well.
Okay. Well, so in what way is this docket item that you're opening similar to or different from the gas infrastructure planning effort taking place in Maryland?
So the first part of this is, I believe we're soliciting comments, maybe 45 days for comments, about all the necessary scoping materials that will make up the framework. Also, it asks for some answers to some important legal questions, all of which will help frame the baseline, which we can then build forward. While I know generally about Maryland's docket, I cannot, I don't know it frontwards and back. So if there's a particular portion of the framework that Maryland has that you have questions about, I can certainly answer that.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to hold you accountable for Maryland's plan, right? That's not my goal here. What I'm trying to get at is the testimony we heard last week talked about Maryland's effort that focused a planning process, a kind of master review of looking at gas infrastructure. But part of that was around reducing emissions
Right.
and ultimately meeting climate and carbon goals.
Right.
And I guess I read this as a doc that's open on integrated natural gas distribution system planning focused on safety. Let's just go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and assume baseline, everybody wants a safe system. I don't see it explicitly working towards how does this meet the district's climate goals? How does this meet towards decarbonization?
So I'll just,
And maybe it's not intended to. That's what I'm trying to ask. Is
Okay.
that intended to play a role in focusing on how to meet those goals, or that's not the goal here? The goal is safety focused.
Yeah. Quick answer is it is. And
It
that's
is
why
which one?
it is to meet the district's climate goals.
Okay.
I guess all I can say is, again, part of the first step is developing the scope and taking all the inputs, and the inputs are the district's climate goals, the greenhouse gas reduction goals, the overall goal of 2045 carbon neutrality, and using all those to frame what the plan looks like. I think you cannot create the plan without the foundation. The foundation are our climate goals.
Okay. How you mentioned earlier that District Safe is going to work towards those climate goals by trying to focus on reducing emissions from leaks. How much of the district's emissions are coming from leaks?
I don't have that exact number for you.
It is an incredibly small number. We want to treat any leak seriously, but the district's emissions that are coming from leaks is very, very tiny. So if our goal is that District Safe or these efforts are part of our overall emissions plan, maybe a scratch to a scratch of the surface of our overall emissions, is decommissioning considered at all in a part of this review? Because it has come up in Maryland's proceedings.
Yeah. And so, let me go back to DC, the modified DC Safe Plan. One of the things that has been done and continues to be done is the abandonment of pipes. We actually ask in the modified DC Safe District Safe Plan that Pepco provide an updated status on the 15 miles of pipes for abandonment.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah. Okay. I don't know.
I think you meant gas, right?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. We asked them for the updates on that. So I think decommission is certainly part of the question. But I want to be clear of where our regulatory authority ends. To the extent that customers want natural gas in their homes or in their businesses, absent maybe a legislative mandate that changes something, Washington Gas has a duty to provide. And so I think at some point, there's going to have to be some reconciliation between those two as we get further along.
Yeah. Well, I think
the roadmap.
Maryland's utilities would have the same obligation of providing energy services. What I see different to date, and again, this was just on the docket yesterday, and like you said, you're opening up public comment. What I see different thus far in the 24 hours since this showed up is that Maryland has, as part of its explicit planning process, this is how we want to plan this infrastructure for achieving our climate goals. And that can include decommissioning. And I'm not seeing that here other than focus on a safety. And so I think Maryland utilities have the exact same obligation, like you said, in terms of providing energy services as they do here in the district. So we can come back to that. And I probably just will follow up with you and the PSC on that to make sure we understand what that looks like. But that's what I'm trying to get out there. I want to switch to a couple other items though, so that we don't just spend our entire time on yesterday's docket and agenda. One of the things that came up frequently in the hearing last week had to do with the docket timeline. And we've talked about this a little bit. If I understand correctly, The district right now has no requirement on when a rate proposal is put in front of the Public Service Commission. You don't have a set time by which a decision has to be rendered. Now, I'm going to have our utility companies, that probably they already have, come and said, we would love to get a time set. And I think there's a lot of risk to having a time set too quickly. 3 months, 6 months, it means the Public Service Commission can't really do its job. And if we put a timeline that doesn't make sense, it means that ratepayers end up having to pay the bill, regardless of how someone feels about District Safe and this decision. Washington Gas asked for 215 million. You approved 150 million. Using this as an example, ratepayers will be on the hook for the 215, even if you ultimately end up at a 150. And so now we're in a complicated, are we doing refunds? Are we doing credits? Whatever. So I don't think you want to move towards something that makes a requirement of the Public Service Commission too quickly. But I do hear, and I get frustrated by the pace of things as well, that the timeline is too long right now. We have rate cases that'll go 2 years. I want to give you a chance to respond to kind of what you, I'm sure, heard from the hearing last week around how to get to a timely decision. And to me, it's weighing the risks on both sides of that. One, what feels like never-ending decision process creates a lack of certainty for ratepayers, for businesses, as well as for utilities. A decision point that comes too quickly puts the Public Service Commission, I think, in a bad spot where you can't do the work we need you to do, and then ratepayers are stuck with the cost. Am I correct? DC is a pretty significant outlier. We have no requirements, whereas many other states and jurisdictions, their version of PSC has 3 months, 6 months, 12 months timelines.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to divide them basically in two different types of proceedings: rate case proceedings, and then all of our other proceedings. It is true. Certain states, and I don't have the exact numbers before me, certain states have what they call suspension statutes that say if a decision isn't rendered by X date, rates as proposed by the utility automatically go into effect. I think that sends the wrong message. Our rate process, yes, can it go faster? But I don't think we want a mandated time, because it could lead to unintended consequences. I'll leave it at that.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay. Yeah. In our rate cases, we have multiple rounds of testimony. We take input from the community. We take input. And so I think all that stuff is important. That being said, I think we can move faster. If you compare the first gas rate case we had with the most recent one, we were faster. We weren't Maryland fast, who has a suspension statute, but we were faster. I think we were about 14 months. But that's the nature of the beast. Now the other proceedings, and I would say those are some of our work groups, some of our dockets. Those also need to move faster. But sometimes these are very meaty issues that require a lot of input. We also recognize that a lot of times the people we have participating in these, this isn't their full job. And so to have them meet 6 times in 1 month to get to a faster outcome might not be the best thing, especially when you have, utilities on one side and community groups on the other side. And so we have to find that balance. One of the things that we've tried to do more often in some of these more recent orders and work groups is put timelines around them. Okay, the work group is going to do this, and we would like a report by then to try and move the process along. Giving them discrete topics to talk about, having facilitators, whether it's staff or outside, to really help move the conversation along, so we're not wasting time churning over the same discussion topics. But to the overall response, yes, commission does need to move faster.
So absent me putting in a suspension statute, what makes it move faster?
So I'll give you an example. I'll say this. One of the issues that we had, and we were trying to be more administratively efficient, was in cases where we felt there were no material issues of fact, we would go, on the rate side, we'd go to a legislative style hearing. But then we got to hearing We got the order from the Court of Appeals today. And so we'll have to look at that. I think, you know, one of the things that we've done and we need to finalize the rules on is updating the filing requirements on rate cases. Ensuring that utilities are providing the right information immediately so that all parties can respond effectively in the first round of testimony. We're not dealing with as many issues when it comes to motions to appeal, discovery requests, things of that nature. So that's another area that we need to improve on. But yeah.
Okay. So this being an oversight hearing,
Mm-hmm.
what did we do in the last fiscal year along those lines? What did we do to speed things up in the past year? How should I, sitting here, evaluate performance and say, okay, here's what we did, here what concrete steps that was taken by the PSC to be able to speed that up?
Yeah. So we did a gas rate case this year in 2025. Again, that was 14 months. I think the previous one was maybe about 22 months. So great reduction there.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is like, so what did you do differently?
Oh,
to be able to get to 14 months to 22. What
Yeah,
did the Public
sorry.
Service Commission do differently this year than they didn't do previously?
Yeah, so I think one of the things is there was much more proactive oversight of the docket itself, not letting issues languish, responding to them quickly. Part of it is also on our side, right? Ensuring that we have everything we need to issue the decisions. I think in that previous rate case, we also had some issues with some witness availability issues. There were motions to dismiss. There were also some intervening filings that the company made that complicated the decision, specifically around a request for debt issuance. And so there were a lot of, and so trying to forecast out, we tried to resolve a lot of the issues that we could, as much as we could, on the front end. Now, once the case gets going, the case gets going, and you just got to respond in a timely manner.
Okay. I know you talked, and I would expect you to back up the staff and the team that's at the Public Service Commission. But when you think about your existing staff capacity, bandwidth, are there any recommendations you have from a staffing perspective to be able to handle cases and move more quickly?
No, I mean, I think we have again, I said earlier, we have an excellent staff. We have economists, accountants, engineers, of course, lawyers, consumer affairs specialists. We have the gambit. I think so I don't think it's a staff capacity issue. I think it's an issue with just moving the docket along. When we get motions, being able to respond in a timely manner. In a given case, we may get 3 or 4 different motions to dismiss or motions from the parties for more time. Those are things that we can't control. We want to allow the parties to have the proper due process, and those also cause extensions in rate cases.
Okay. So do I hear you correctly that as of right now, there's no requests that you would make for legislative or staffing changes that would help speed things up?
No requests.
Okay. This has been brought up a little bit ago, but I want to kind of talk about the multi-year rate increase for Pepco. Obviously, Court of Appeals vacated that maybe an hour before this hearing began. So we're still digging in all of that, as I'm sure your team is as well. So from the standpoint of timeliness, how does this impact? I know when you and I had talked earlier, Public Service Commission stood by its decision and felt like it was well documented. So I'm assuming you disagree with the appeals court decision, but you abide by court's decision. How does a decision like that impact your thoughts around timelines, timeliness, procedures to be able to move quickly or move more quickly, and have cases that will withstand scrutiny?
Yeah. So, I'm glad you raised that, because one of the reasons that we look to move to the legislative style hearing is because we were hoping that it might be more administratively efficient. And without having, again, fully digested the order, there appears to be perhaps, depending upon the issues, a repudiation of that. And I accept that completely. As a commission 3-0, we decided there did need to be an evidentiary hearing. And so I hear that I need to, again, dissect the order completely from the Court of Appeals, but it means we just have to go back and look at what we're doing, and making sure that we're providing the appropriate due process to all parties involved.
Okay. I've had oversight of the Public Service Commission now for about 3 weeks, maybe 4. Is it a regular course of action that Public Service Commission decisions are going to be routinely challenged in court? Is that what I would expect to see in public service commissions in other states? Is that just more of the practice here? Is what I see just the normal course of action?
Yeah, so since I've been on the commission, I've voted on 4. 2 have gone to the Court of Appeals, both of which are MYP's, full disclosure, from Pepco. Prior to my time on the commission, there have been other rate cases that have gone to the Court of Appeals. I would not say this is unusual or not the norm. People, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So in terms of what comes next, and I'm not asking you because you probably have not had a chance to read every page of the decision, but in terms of what comes next. So if the case has been vacated, does the Public Service Commission come back and start at point 0 from scratch? Are you coming back to now need to hold an evidentiary hearing before then coming back to render a decision, which could be the same decision or could be a different decision? But what happens next from the Public Service Commission's perspective in this case?
Right, and I'm probably getting out ahead of myself, but yeah.
Since you're in a hearing, I don't want you to get out of your head ahead of yourself, but I do want to make sure I understand the timeline.
Yeah.
You can certainly caveat whatever you like to say rough timelines.
So, first, of course, we would dissect it, as the legal team will dissect it, provide a recommendation on how to go forward. The commissioners would then determine the appropriate path forward. But I think the last line of the Court of Appeals order says for evidentiary hearing. So there will certainly be an evidentiary hearing. Can I give you the timeline for it right now? No, I can't. I need to make sure I fully understand it. But that is certainly something that I can provide an update to the committee on.
Is it fair to say that part of this case is related to what seems to be a fairly significant difference or discrepancy in the calculated charges by AOBA and by Pepco?
I think that's fair to say.
And perhaps this is now in hindsight, but would that not have been a space where an evidentiary hearing would have wrestled with that large discrepancy in a different way than the hearing that was held?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. 'Cause I can't foresee how the evidentiary hearing would play out, and I wouldn't want to be perceived as prejudging what I think would happen in here.
All right. My colleague kind of mentioned, this is really wonky stuff. So I know a lot of experts are in the room. It's pretty wonky to work through, but it obviously impacts the rates we all pay as residents. The rates our small businesses pay. It's the rates government pays. So it may be wonky, but it really translates into real impact across our city. So that's what we're trying to make sure we dig into all of this. The discrepancy in this case was a $49 million difference, which does feel significant. So I do want the PSC to be able to get back to us. I don't think I can expect that you are going to be able to sit here with a decision that came from the appeals court an hour before we started, having every detail of what comes next, but it would be helpful for the committee to know, once you get a chance to talk through with your team, what are the next steps?
Certainly.
I want to ask a little bit about the affordability docket that has been opened up. So this is formal case 1186. This was a petition that began from the Office of People's Counsel, was the request to open a affordability docket.
Correct.
So then the PSC agreed essentially to open the docket.
Yes.
Okay. Can you talk about what that means? What are we just kind of agreeing what we all feel every time I open up my bill and say, yeah, man, it's getting hard to afford things. Like, what does that mean for the PSC to open an affordability docket?
Yeah. So I think it means a few things. I think it means, in full disclosure, we're soliciting comments on it to help shape it. But in my mind, I think it means looking at everything we do right now around affordability, figuring out maybe is there such thing as an affordability metric? Entities, think tanks have developed what they think is an affordability metric. But is that the same thing for DC? Do we need to do more programs? One thing I think of often is, I think DC Water has a tiered low-income program based upon income levels. We have a flat one. Does there need to be something like that? Do we need to figure out how we can get people better enrolled? A lot of our income-related programs are all on the distribution side. Is there an opportunity to do something on the supplier transmission side? I don't know. What does the bill, what are the drivers of the bill? How can we attack those drivers that maybe we traditionally haven't thought of? I think it's a holistic review, putting everything on the table and really looking at what DC can do to ensure that those who have problems paying the utility bills are getting necessary support, and how we balance the reliability, the safety, the affordability, and sustainability.
Okay. In the order opening case 1187, you mentioned that the commission authority may be limited in terms of affordability measures that you might require moving forward. What are the limitations that the commission authority might have?
Yeah, I think that was put in to recognize that different people may view affordability different ways, right? And so, and to also recognize that there's a piece of our statute that says we are responsible for maintaining financially healthy utilities. And so trying to figure out that mix, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so not only just affordability for ratepayers, but ensuring that the companies can invest in a system and in a way that maintains affordability, reliability, and sustainability.
Doesn't that hit at some of the squeeze the PSC is in that you're trying to figure out how do you have a measure of affordability for ratepayers?
Mm-hmm.
How does a metric like that even have teeth? And you're also statutorily obligated to say you're just supposed to be looking at the financial health of these utilities.
We're not only supposed to be looking at it. That's a factor, right? So it's a balance, the affordability of the ratepayers as well as the financial health of the. So we have to balance those, and that's part of what we do every rate case. When they come in and we end up cutting their request by 30-40%, it's because we're doing that same balancing.
Okay, so how would an affordability docket in this investigation play out in a way that actually would give you some type of metrics that then the Public Service Commission would use in a meaningful way, that would have the type of teeth to evaluate a case that's in front of it in a way that you don't already do?
Yeah, I mean, and tell me if I'm interpreting this wrong way, but it kind of sounds as if you're asking me what I would do. And
I don't think it's not you. I mean,
okay,
you're the chairman of the PSC. So
yeah,
you're speaking on behalf of the commission. I'm
right,
trying to understand from the docket perspective.
yeah,
Opening up this docket, I mean, I hope everybody in this room would agree. I'm concerned about affordability.
mm-hmm.
But then it's kind of like, all right, what's the next level of the conversation?
Yeah.
And so if the affordability docket is to create some type of affordability metric, and I don't know what that looks like right now, It sounds like that's what you're trying to get input on as well. How would an affordability metric create teeth that then enables a public service commission to evaluate a rate proposal put in front of it in a way that is in any way, how would it be meaningfully different than what you do already? That's what I'm trying to make sure I understand. What's the goal of this docket and investigation?
Yeah, and I think, that's part of the reason why we solicited the comments to see where this actually goes. I think other jurisdictions have maybe proposed that these metrics be used to then determine how much a ratepayer pays based off of their income, right? But I don't know where this one would go.
We talked about timeliness. What's the timeline look like for this docket, for this item?
So the affordability docket, we opened it and we are soliciting comments, and I was going to try and give you. We solicited comments, and I'm not sure if the date and reply comment period have passed. If they haven't passed, sorry, let me say it differently. If they have passed, they have just passed. So the next step would be for the commission to review those comments and then provide next steps. And so what I can do is I can take that as a follow-up, and I can provide you with an update, at least on the status of timelines on the docket, and go from there.
Okay. All right, I was going to switch and talk a little bit about PJM data centers. My colleague talked about that a little bit already. I've had some people try to convince me that data centers have had no impact whatsoever on the bills that we're all paying. And I've tried to point out to as many people as I can, while I don't see a data center built in the district yet, I can open up my bill and I absolutely see the impact of that. And I think that's backed up. In the last auction, I think even PJM said 40% of the cost was driven by data center demand. We're seeing huge spikes in demand. Now I'm going to be critical of PJM till the cows come home. They have not put new energy generation fast enough into their system. So we have a relatively static supply and demand spiking. And anybody who's taken economics 101 is going to be able to tell you what's going to happen here. So from a PJM side of things, I've tried to work with a group of elected officials in the whole region to try to help lift our voice up and try to help push. I know that has led PJM to feel a little bit of the political pressure from elected leaders. And I think over 100 local elected leaders signed on to a set of recommendations that PJM has started to accept and start building in. Can you talk about what is the role of the Public Service Commission or your seat in terms of your ability to communicate to PJM about the impacts of their decisions on district ratepayers?
Yeah. So
and use your bully pulpit.
Right. So I think it's important first to talk about the governance structure of PJM. PJM is a member-driven organization in which you have member representatives that put forward proposals that are ultimately decided on by the PJM board. It's important to note that because when PJM was first turned from power pool to an RTO, the decision was made that the states would not be a member because our voice would get drowned out by the hundreds and hundreds of other members in PJM. So we have a unique status kind of sitting on the side, but because we're the states, we have the ability to have direct interaction with the PJM board, voicing our concerns. And so you ask about how do we use our bully pulpit. When 13 states in the District of Columbia speak together, we're able to move PJM from points where they weren't necessarily ready to move before. So I talked earlier about the rule changes that we got added. They did not want to do that, but they felt the pressure from PJM. We talk about when they had to reform the interconnection process, which is getting the power online. That was partially because of the voice that we put forward, that we advocated for, that ultimately went to FERC and issued and culminated with FERC Order 2023, reforming interconnection. We meet on a monthly basis as an OPSI board, but when I tell you there are probably more meetings of OPSI formulating viewpoints, discussing issues, than there are probably any other meeting that I have. I mean, OPSI is very active. We do, I think we bat well above our weight. And, you know, a lot of times because affordability is something that we can all relate to, the states and PJM have been showing up tremendously well, finding a lot of consensus around 11-3 votes, 12-2 votes, really putting the pressure on PJM for some market reforms.
Okay. When we look at for example, their recent critical issue fast path process on adding large loads, it looks like Illinois, Maryland, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware had their consumer and ratepayer advocates submit comments to the CIFP process. The Delaware and Pennsylvania Public Service Commissions submitted comments and weighed in. Did DC PSC weigh in on that?
We signed on as part of the OPSI states. And that,
so through OPSI.
Yeah.
So our PSC spoke up through
OPSI. Yeah.
Okay.
And, you know, just so that's typically how we respond. And a lot of times, for context, you'll see Pennsylvania and Ohio is different because those are probably the two, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Illinois, the three biggest power producers in PJM. And so their interests sometimes are a little different than what DC's are. But just to give that additional context.
Okay. From the standpoint of the district, is there any reason I would think that we would never have a data center be located in the district?
So we do have data centers in the district, right? We just don't have the same scale and the same size. And the reasons why you probably won't are because the value of the land, the confinement of the land, and the cost of our RPS program. Those are probably the three reasons why. The cost of our REC program adds substantially to our costs for electricity, and therefore, I think most people would rather just be across the river in Virginia. Okay.
But to your point, we may not see the giant data center farms, but we could have smaller, and it sounds like we already do have some smaller ones.
Yeah. And I'll just add to that. The ones, my understanding, the ones that are in DC are also the ones that are not as power hungry as the ones that you see in Loudoun and other places in the PJM footprint.
Okay. Could you, for the committee it would be helpful for me to help understand how the PSC is speaking to PJM. So if it's through, I'm going to have the right acronym again, OPSI.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you forward whatever the most recent communications are that you had sent to PJM to the committee so that we can see how the PSC has been speaking up and representing on that?
Yeah.
Okay. That'd be helpful. Thanks. Let me shift a little to the demand side of our power equation. So Pepco had submitted their proposed multi-year rate plan. They compared electricity delivery rates, the portion of electricity costs regulated locally by PSC for Pepco versus other peer utilities. Over the last 10 years, both residential and commercial utility rates have gone up significantly. Commercial rate increased by 75%. What's your understanding of the spike in rates for power delivery within the district? So earlier in your testimony, you kind of broke down the different elements.
Right.
I want to just focus on the power delivery for a moment. What's your understanding of the spike for the power delivery?
Yeah. So what I would say the spike is, and this goes back to kind of the comments I made earlier, 2012, 2013, we had the rate show. We had a number of outages. I think those of us who have been in the district long enough, remember when a Pepco outage during a storm was almost guaranteed.
Mhm.
Since that time, particularly starting honestly with the merger of Exelon and Pepco, a tremendous amount of money has been invested in the Pepco grid. The biggest one I can think of certainly is the Capital Grid project, which the commission approved, I believe, in 2017. What's happened as a result of these investments is as they go into service, Pepco is allowed to get cost recovery for them. And so now we are now paying for these projects that were approved. And that's probably the largest driver in that price spike.
Okay.
So Capital Grid again, new transmission line running from the top of the city to the bottom, built a new substation in Mount Vernon, repaired Champlain and and the Harvard substation. I think it upgraded the Southwest as well, which helps support a lot of development on the wharf. All these things, have to be paid for. And so we now have top decile service and reliability. We just had Winter Storm Fern come through. A lot of snow came, a lot of ice formed as a result. And our outage reports were not that bad, especially compared with some of our partners across the East Coast. And so what we're seeing is having to pay for the reliability and safety that we now have.
Okay. One of the things that came up last week as well was around those types of investments of how do we help evaluate prudence?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that stood out to me in hearing different testimonies was it matters how we define prudent or prudency. From the PSC's standpoint, can you talk a little about how you evaluate a prudent infrastructure investment?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming if I'm able to come back and get a recovery on whatever I spend, so if my cost recovery exists, I have every incentive to lay out to you, here's exactly why this is prudent for me to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that might stretch other people's definitions of prudence, right? How does the PSC help evaluate the prudence of an investment? Because when the incentive on the other side of that is, I can just kind of keep the work going and get a cost recovery and the ratepayers are going to pay for it. How do you evaluate the prudence of that investment?
Yeah, that's a great question. And prudence is a legal standard that is debated. There's lots of case law around it. But for us when we do our prudency evaluations, if a party raises a question as to the prudency of an investment, we have to look at all the factors that went into the company's decision making at the time the decision was made. You can't say, well, now I know what I know 3 years later, but when they made the decision, if the inputs into that decision making were correct. And so that's essentially a legal standard we go by. And what I would note is, especially on the electric side, well, no, I won't say that. I mean, that's the standard we go by. That's the standard we go by. That's the case law. One of the advantages that I would say you have kind of tying some concepts together on a traditional rate case, a historical traditional rate case versus a forward-looking plan is, you're right. If it's a historical test case, they come in with receipts and say, well, all these were prudent. With a multi-year, at least you see the programs on the front end and you can take your first stab at, well, we're going to cut this and still have the prudency review on the back end. So it kind of gives you 2 bites at the apple because you're setting the budget and have the opportunity to say, this wasn't right. Do you follow that?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Does it stand to reason that the PSC would evaluate, and as you look at cases, distribution rates could stay consistent if replacing and building new infrastructure is done at the same rate as infrastructure is paid off or retired?
Yeah, that sounds, well, I think there's some difficulty in practice with that.
Mhm.
But I'll go with the underlying premise for now.
Okay. Has the PSC then evaluated when you're looking at new infrastructure investments? Does a utility have to show you, or do you ever ask, are you retiring out older infrastructure such that those rates can stay the same, if not relatively consistent? I'll say, I'll give a little margin there.
Yeah.
Versus just new infrastructure, which is just going to continuously drive up rates.
So I'm glad I thought about this a little bit. So let me give you an example. Well, one, that assumes one for one, right? I'm gonna go back to Capital Grid. Capital Grid built a whole new substation.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a completely new investment. There was no substation there before. So it's no one for one replacement. It's a whole new investment. Same with the transmission line that went through the city. So that would kind of be different than your example. The other example I think I would say is, so let's then maybe look at a rehab substation. When it was initially built 80 years ago, it may have cost $200,000 to build it. So you're depreciating off of the cost of that asset then. Well, to build a substation now might be $1 million. So it can't be a one-to-one. Do you follow there? Just by general inflationary reasons. And I think if you look at, well, yeah, I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Has there been an example where the PSC Pepco a capital expense?
I mean, in the rate case, we cut their proposed budget by 35%, which means we have said you cannot do these projects. So the answer would be yes.
Okay. All right. When we think about the I think you mentioned, or maybe in response to a question earlier when here was Councilmember Crawford maybe asked, or maybe it was in your opening statement, that with a multi-year case, Pepco can't come back and ask for another rate increase outside of, I think you said, the SOS adjustment until that multi-year rate case or the multi-years have completed?
We said that they cannot come back from that multi-year rate case.
Okay.
So they could, if at the end of the rate effective period, they decide that they wanted a rate increase, they could come back with the traditional or I don't know, something else, but they can't come back with a multi-year rate case.
I want to make sure I hear that correctly. As in, they can't come back for back-to-back multi-year rate cases. In other words, if I'm Pepco and I come to you and I've got a 3-year multi-year rate case and I've worked my way through, ultimately it's approved. I can't come back into another 3-year at the end of that 3-year. Maybe I'm not hearing. I just want to make sure I'm hearing.
No. It's fair because it's a nuance, and as now we've all said, this is wonky stuff. What we've said is that until one, the current MYP ends, and two, they've been able to apply the lessons learned framework that we've yet to approve to their multi-year rate plan, they can't file another one. So they can file some other type of rate case if they see fit or do something else, but they can't file another multi-year rate case.
Okay. So they could come back and do a 1-year.
They could come back and do a 1 year. They could also not file anything, wait till we do what we have to do, and then submit another one.
I'm not gonna hold my breath for that. All right. But so they could come back for a 1 year, or you said in the acronym SOS stands for
Standard offer service.
Okay. All right.
And we can talk about that too.
Got it. So those are, so I just want to make sure folks here, like, so you can do the multi-year rate case, but we could still come back with another rate increase. It's just not going to be a multi-year increase.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. That's helpful. Okay. I'm going to switch to a couple of other topics here. I'm going to talk to some of our solar investments and plans here. So one of the Department of Energy and Environment's filings in the climate business plan It's been the strategic electrification roadmap, which lays out the energy efficiency and electrification measures needed to satisfy the District of Columbia's climate targets. The roadmap also lists non-pipe alternatives to pipeline replacement as a key pillar of our overall decarbonization for clean energy. DC will continued investment in pipeline infrastructure. So will continued investment in pipeline infrastructure be an impediment to future electrification?
So I think there is this, and I guess there's just no other way to say this. I think there's a fundamental disconnect when we talk about a lot of the district's goals. When I say the district, I'm talking about whether it's DOEE, the council, the commission, and reality sometimes. And the reason why I say that is because, as I stated earlier, as of now, people have the right to choose their energy source. And when we start talking about electrification and some of the other policies, one, they're premised on the idea that every person is going to be ready to switch their energy source. Some people might not be ready to do that. It's also premised on the idea that there is money to fund these activities. I looked at DCSEU's annual report, and I looked at their electrification program, home electrification program. It says they serviced 50 projects last year. So there's a disconnect there. Even when you look at the Healthy Homes Act, which you authored, I thought was amazing, there's not sufficient funding to meet the levels. And so, yes, we have where we want to go over here. We also have where people are here. Where the commission finds itself is having to be in the middle to make sure the people over here are serviced, as well as we're supporting the vision going over here.
I do agree you're in the middle. You know, when I think about, I mean, let's look at Healthy Homes. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
In that example, the funding has been cut for our ability to get that done. The rationale given by the mayor to cut and take the money away from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund was that the district's energy costs had gone up so much, she couldn't pay the bills for the city to keep the lights on. So she took the money from our Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, which would have funded things like Healthy Homes and others, to pay this. That's why we now split it so that we have our Sustainable Energy Trust Fund and we have the mayor's energy surcharge fund, so that it's just much more transparent to ratepayers to know what it is your money's going towards. But you do get stuck in the middle in that. And so the PSC's ability to help manage rates directly impacts the city's budget ability to fund a Healthy Homes effort, for example.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, you're completely right. When we talk about the bill and what the PSC controls, those the fund SETF comes right on the bills. And that's about 8-9% of the bill. Again, a part that we do not control, and that's the council. And so I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. That's all I can say.
Yeah. I think it's important to note the SETF rate, of course, which is smaller now because of the mayor's energy surcharge. So the SETF rate's not 8 to 9% of your total bill because you got the mayor's energy surcharge, but it's also not subject to distribution cost increases or other rate increases. It is a set number. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I look at from a solar perspective, one of the things that the PSC did in December, I think, was help move emergency rulemaking to help speed up the process for solar interconnection, for example. And so Pepco was able to clear the backlog essentially on a lot of our residential connections. The interconnection delays, though, for some of our Solar for All projects have continued. And I wanted to ask you, what's your assessment of and there's so many formal case numbers here, but formal case 1050, which is a working group. What's some of the assessment of that working group's efforts? And I think my good news story is we've been able to help clear a substantial backlog towards the end of calendar year. And that was also really important because people were seeing a lot of the financial incentives due to federal actions, not here, go away. So getting that done was really important. And I think that was a good work.
Thank
you. So much so we're putting some of it into law. But the Solar for All connection, there's some delays that still exist there. So can you speak a little bit to how the Public Service Commission is assessing that?
Yeah, so typically the Solar for All projects, I think you're probably referring to the larger projects. One of the problems that we have consistently found is not with the level one projects. Level one projects are the projects that don't require any distribution system upgrade. Those can get through the system in a very timely, efficient manner, and that's not an issue. But where the upgrades are needed, that's where we've had the most problems. And so one of the things that came out of actually two rulemakings that came out so far, the interconnection work group, was one around meter collars. And meter collars are put on the individual's meter basically to help control the power flow, so that maybe you don't need the same distribution system upgrades.
Sorry.
No problem. And then the second thing was a rulemaking around a cost letter. That's been a consistent refrain that we have heard, that there's not a lot of clarity in the cost. People get a letter with very few details saying they need to pay X amount of money, and there's no details around it. We put forward a rulemaking trying to bring not only some uniformity to that cost letter, but also tell the other thing we were hearing is that after the project developed, developers would sometimes be getting additional bills about costs. And so putting some strictures around both of those things. So those were two things that certainly came out. An interim report, I believe, came out at the end of the year from the working group, with the final report due in the spring, early summer. So
Okay.
those are two things there.
Yeah. Well, I do want to thank you and your team when it comes to some of the solar interconnection work that my team and my office have been working on with you and the PSC team. Again, I think the progress that was done towards the end of the year made a meaningful difference. And again, working to help incorporate some of that and more into some legislation that we have here at the council, I think can help us on many of these projects and overall move them forward. I want to touch on a few other items, and then in a little bit, we're going to be switching over to OPC.
Okay.
I want to talk to some of the pilot projects that are going through the PSC. So with the solar aggregator and advanced inverter project. So the Public Service Commission's awarded $3 million or a $3 million contract to, I may not pronounce this correctly, Ekaji Energy, in partnership with EcoSuite to implement a pilot project. A pilot project will aggregate a diverse array of distributed energy resources, or DERs, including a solar, PV, building load flexibility, battery energy storage. What do you think the future of DERs look like in the district?
So I think the future is very bright. I mean, I think in a perfect world, we can get, and I'm gonna speak primarily of solar right here. If we can effectively pair solar and battery, I think it can be a real resource, especially when we start talking about some of the external factors that are really affecting our electricity prices. So if you can pair them effectively, we can get battery capabilities to where we need them to be to discharge over long periods of time. That provides not only a real resiliency for the city, but also allows us not to rely so much on PJM at large, and insulates us from some of the capacity prices. FERC order number 2222 started to lay the ground rule for some solar aggregation at the wholesale level. And so I think the future is bright. The question in my mind is, when we start looking at some of the incentives that we use for DER, are we sure that we're sending the right price signals to incent the right types of DER, and that ratepayers aren't bearing the brunt of these incentives too much.
When you said solar, it also made me jump back to another topic. Is there right now, for many people, if they have, let's say, a solar array on their home, they're generating more than they, in this example, they're generating more than they are consuming. At the end of a calendar year, they're getting essentially a payout.
Correct.
If from an interest of consumers and ratepayers perspective, what I hear oftentimes is at the very time my demand load goes up significantly in January and February from a heating perspective, all of a sudden I've gotten a check back, but now my bill goes up because I'm not at the cycle of my year where I'm generating as much.
Right.
So from the standpoint of making sure that we are helping ratepayers smooth out their costs over the year and not get hit with hundreds of dollars in January, is that a policy that the Public Service Commission requires, or is that going to be more of something that that Pepco just has as part of their negotiated arrangement with that ratepayer?
I'm fairly certain that's part of a rulemaking, but I can double check that. And I think
I see someone nodding vigorously behind you. So I
Okay.
think it's a rulemaking.
All right.
Yeah.
I trust them. Yeah, I mean, I think you could look at it either way, right?
Okay.
In terms of you don't want this figure to keep rolling over and perhaps you lose track of it. Maybe you're not electric heating. Maybe you don't need, I am sure that there are probably a lot of comments on both sides.
I'd be curious. I'd be curious if there's a reasonable adjustment to make that allows somebody essentially not to go back to a zero balance for a January when the demand is, but there's some amount that's kept. The feedback I hear from residents that have this happen to them is that all of a sudden that January bill comes and it's a big spike for them, whereas they kind of had this balance sitting here. So they maybe don't need the entire balance because they'd like to have January not be a big shock. And so we can follow up later, but that feels like there's an appetite there to make adjustments that, again, the goal is smoothing that out for the ratepayers. Jumping back to our pilot programs, what's the status of the EV pilot that was submitted by Pepco?
In terms of the make ready stations,
I believe that's correct.
Okay. It's funny we've been so focused on other things. There has been progress made, and I think we have formal response in our questions. Actually, I don't think that question was asked this year. But the abbreviated version is we approved a suite of offerings from Pepco to provide make-ready infrastructure, not allowing them to own the actual charging station, but to get cost recovery for everything up to the charging station, essentially. Due to demand and technical feasibility, we've modified that offering some, but we can certainly submit a more comprehensive report on where each of the different offerings are.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
And with the Department of Transportation's pilot program of 2 chargers, we're not moving very fast in this space at all. And so it's as I talk about the pace of a docket, I get very impatient. And so we've been talking about for years that if we want to be able to support EV adoption, you got to have the charging infrastructure to do it. And we have 2 chargers that just got put in, and lots of press releases around it, but it's 2 chargers. We're not getting a whole lot done here. I wanted to also ask you, though, about the Office of Climate Action. So could you describe this office a bit for us? When was this established? Is this a recent office establishment, or has this been in place for a while? How many folks are in this office?
Yeah, so the Office of Climate Action, I believe, was formed in 22, either 22 or 23. I think it's budgeted for a total of 5 FTEs. There is a chief. Yes, my little flow chart here.
What I see is there was a vacancy for the head of the Office of Climate Action, but I didn't see any job posting for it. But also the Chief of Infrastructure and System Planning maybe is taking over that role.
That is correct. And it was an internal posting. And so it was a lateral move.
So does the Chief of Infrastructure and System Planning have other duties other than being the head of the Office of Climate Action?
Well, there will be a new chief of Office of Infrastructure and System Planning.
Got it. Oh, that's an important distinction. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So it won't be the same person doing two jobs.
That's
There'll
what
be
I'm
a
trying to
new
get at.
person. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. All right. What are the goals and priorities? What were the major accomplishments last year? And then what are the goals and priorities for this year?
So the Office of Climate Action, as I view it, is a position that is comprehensively looking at all the divisions and working with all the divisions within OSHA and honestly the commission at large, figuring out where we can move the needle and making sure that our decisions are in alignment with the district's climate goals. So what does that mean in real speak? When we have issues or when we start talking about programs such as District Safe, when we start talking about proposals by the various utilities, a lot of this either will live in this office or we'll be seeking direct input from that office to make sure that we are using more than just our financial hats, more than just our safety reliability hats, but also using our climate hat.
Okay. And does this position or does this office provide input on rate cases or filings in front? Like, how do they interact?
Yeah,
internally?
all the above. They are key contributors and sometimes authors on certain memos, depending upon how much of it's in their wheelhouse. Maybe it's a portion on some, maybe it's, like I say, complete ownership. It really depends on case to case.
Okay. And so for the Chief of Infrastructure and System Planning, who's now the head of the Office on Climate Action, where do they work before they joined the Public Service Commission?
I don't have the resume in front of me. I mean, let me take that back. So they worked at Washington Gas.
Okay. Were they an engineer for Project Pipes?
That part I don't know.
All right. I would hope that if we're talking about somebody who's supposed to be the Office of Climate Action, that we see somebody who is trying to lead an Office of Climate Action for the Public Service Commission. And as we talked about in some of our previous questions, being able to see how we evaluate different proposals that are coming in front to meet our climate goals and to be able to not just make sure we have safety, which we all share that. I believe we've got to be able to move in a place that is trying to meet our climate goals, and it's going to be, and as we said, it's going to require a lot more than just the emissions from leaks. And so I guess come with a little skepticism around how much fidelity I'm going to see in Office of Climate Action be able to help lead and help inform through the Public Service Commission.
Well, I would say this. One, when we hire employees at the commission, we ensure that they are well qualified. My hope would be that as opposed to prejudging an outcome without having a full set of facts, that the committee look at the body of work instead of relying on assumptions.
I think I can bring healthy skepticism, but I don't want to prejudge, but I'm going to bring some skepticism because it's unclear to me yet what the Office of Climate Action is helping achieve. So I would like to see what that body of work looks like. In what ways is it helping shape and inform decisions? And I just can't see that yet. And since this is somebody who is also coming into the job, I don't think they've delivered that yet, right? Because they had a different role. It's a different move.
I believe they've been in the position less than a week.
Yeah. Okay. I would welcome a chance to hear how the Office of Climate Action under this leadership plans to move forward and how that works in the Public Service Commission to help inform decisions. Yeah, okay. All right, I don't think I have any further questions at this time. I know we also have the Office of People's Counsel I want to make sure I have some time for. Mr. Chairman, anything else you wanted to touch on before we wrap up?
Yeah, I did. And, I debated bringing this up today, but I think, we spent a lot of time talking about the various levers of the bill. And I think it's important to discuss the generation portion of the bill. We talked a little bit about the capacity side of it and how that cost is certainly increasing. But what we also have is a very high compliance fee with respect to our RPS. This is a fee that has increased where ratepayers are paying more than $50 million more than they did last year. And looking at some historical materials around here, I was looking at the testimony from 2022 during the Local Solar Expansion Act, where members of the DC Environmental Network talked about how this was going to have a real impact on ratepayers and highlighted the fact that we have to protect ratepayers. And so when we start talking about all the various levers on the bill, I think it's important that we really are looking at holistically. Our SREC prices in the district are more than 10 times the price in Maryland. I think in Maryland, they're at $40 a megawatt. In DC, the compliance fee is over $400. And so when we start looking at what we can do, I think we have to look there. I'm certainly not saying we change our standard, but we certainly need to look at that compliance fee and figure out if that is being disproportionately shared by ratepayers. I would note that, again, the commission doesn't have control of this portion of the bill. Therefore, we can't offer any discount portions in this portion of the bill. So everybody's paying this increase, low-income customers and other customers. And so I just want to put that on the record. I think it's important to note. And I thank you for your time today.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Mr. Chairman, to all of our commissioners that were here as well, and the PSC staff. Thank you very much. All right. We're going to move now to the Office of the People's Counsel. Ms. Madhavi Fry, if you want to come on up. If there's anybody from your team that you want to have join you, I have no doubt, and I want to welcome you and invite them to come up. And what we'll do is I'll swear you and your team in, then I'll turn to you for your testimony, and then we'll move into questions after that. Let me pull up if I can just a moment. All right. If you'll please raise your right hand when you're ready. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Excellent. Thank you very much. And I wanted to swear you in first so that any response you have to me after this obviously is on the record. I want to make sure that we take this opportunity before you begin to recognize and thank you for many years of service. I know you are about to be headed into, I think we got 24 more hours at least, a little longer than that. Good. Headed off into a very well-earned retirement. But you have served and served admirably to the district, to the ratepayers, to the residents here. Just an incredible job. And so I know this will be your last hearing with us, last oversight hearing. So we'll try to make it memorable for you. But please know that you have our gratitude, and the council very much appreciates the incredible amount of work and leadership that you have shown over the years in this role, trying to work on behalf of our city and our ratepayers. So thank you very much. Could you push the red? You're saying wonderful things, and I want to make sure people can hear it.
First, I want to thank you for your words, your kind words. It has been a pleasure for me to serve as the People's Counsel for the District of Columbia. It has been a wonderful experience, especially when we have victories, but even being able to mount the challenge. This has been and will be a David and Goliath battle. And we are outsourced, outfinanced, everything that you can possibly think of. We're fighting a battle. I've been fortunate to have a very talented staff, some of whom are with me today, And we together have been able to make this happen. And I'm just elated. For me, the retirement, the R word, it's bittersweet because, as I said, I am going to miss being a part of OPC. I think OPC is one of the best agencies in the District of Columbia. And I also think that the public recognizes our value. I'll say later in my testimony, we had 6,435 complaints. Those were people reaching out to us because they knew that we would take on the challenge for them. But we're also seeing that, when I first started, most people didn't recognize or know anything about the People's Council. I say gladly now that we are recognized. More people know who we are. Still have a way to go, but we are recognized, and that goes directly to the job that we're doing. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate your kind words. And we're ready.
You're
Now,
very welcome. You're very welcome. All right, I'll turn it over to you for your testimony.
Okay.
And then when you're completed, then we'll turn to some questions as well.
Okay. I'm trying to decide how to start. I did have some thoughts that I wanted to offer, or I can go directly to my comment, my testimony, and then come
It's
back to
your
it.
time. You can do whatever you like.
Okay, thank you. First of all, the commission, and this is a general critique of the commission, particularly the commission that is before us now. There is a fundamental error in the PSC's suggestion that they are balancing the interest of keeping the company financially healthy and serving the consumers. That is a twist on the fundamental creation of the statute, our statutes, but even further back when the utilities were first regulated. The determination was to regulate the utilities. And what the courts decided then was that the commission should balance that their role was to serve the public interest. And that's a little bit different. In doing that, they were required to look at the interest of the utilities and as well as make certain that the public interest was served to the benefit of consumers. And I think that over the years, particularly for this commission, that has been, well, maybe a few commissions, but this has been, they lose sight of that. And they feel that they have to, I'm trying to be, not pander to the utilities. And that if they're financially healthy, then everything else takes second stand. And that's not true. And that's where we go, and that's where we differ in terms of output. And I think that sets the stage for all of their decisions. And I've listened to what the chairman had to say, and it almost felt as if it was not even apologetic. It was more, well, we're doing everything that we're supposed to do. We're balancing issues, but they never really commit to the public. They never commit to consumers. And that is important. And what I would encourage the council to do is to make certain that you understand what the requirement really is. They do not have their obligation to keep the utilities healthy does not mean that they abandon the public interest, that they abandoned consumer rights. I just wanted to make that clear because we hear it so many times. Oh, well, we don't have a choice. We're in the middle. We have to balance the interests of the utility. But they don't really do that. What they do is cater to the utility interests. So I just wanted that to be a part of the record. And now we'll start my testimony, my formal testimony. Again, good morning, Chairman Allen, members of the committee, and the viewing public. I am Sandra Madrigal Fry, People's Counsel for the District of Columbia, and I do welcome the opportunity to share with you and the public what OPC's activities for FY25 have been. Joining me at the table are members of my senior management staff, including Deputy People's Counsel Karen Sistrunk, Director of Litigation Lawrence Daniels, and Chief of Staff Eric Ford. They are available to respond to specific questions that you have. I will address it for a more general view. I'll start by saying the challenges of the District of Columbia utility arena are serious, and the stakes for the district consumers could not be higher. Rising energy costs, continued infrastructure investment, and economic uncertainty are placing increasing and unsustainable pressure on households throughout the city. OPC's statutory mandate is to fight to ensure that DC utility consumers in all 8 wards receive affordable, reliable, and equitable, safe, and sustainable utility service. OPC's mission is to advocate, educate, and protect DC utility consumers. I will begin with the cases that affect the consumers most that are ongoing. First, I want to talk about, I mentioned it earlier, that we're involved in 35 open cases before the Public Service Commission and the Federal Energy Commission. These cases include 3 rate cases before the PSC. In response to a growing public concern and supported by our independent investigations, OPC has filed 3 formal petitions asking the PSC to act in the following matters. And I would say that those are issues that the commission should have acted on prior to OPC filing a petition. The 3 that we filed were petition to investigate the impact of the PJM auction on consumer rates, and I know you had some questions about that. A petition to explain the unexplained power outages occurring, particularly in wards 2, 3, and 4, and 6. The chairman mentioned that there was an improvement in safety since when we initially talked about reliability previously, and when we had the big issues concerning reliability. But that sort of misses the point. The point is that I almost feel as if it's deja vu, because 10 years ago, they were having unexplained outages, and they were not fixing them or explaining them. More importantly, they were not explaining why. And it turns, it was with the system of reliability. This time around, it's still the same, although to a lesser degree. The outages are unexplained. Why are you having outages in so many wards? And the people are not given the explanation that they deserve. So again, it's the chairman went on to say how they thought that they were doing a good job, and that those were not. He went on to say how the utilities performed well during the snowstorm, but that's not enough. They have to at least identify what is causing these outages in many of the wards. And the other part of that is that when we examined it, we learned that it was not the outage per se. I mean, that's a factor, but how the company is responding to the consumers who are raising the issue. That's important, and we want to pursue that, to investigate how that is being done and ensure that the utilities are giving consumers full facts of what happened and that their restoration components are done the way they should be, and that the consumers are compensated accurately for that. Moving on. Federal cuts are having a dramatic impact on all utility consumers, particularly low and middle income consumers. According to the DC Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the ripple effect of federal cuts will result in 40,000 job losses in the district. At the same time, thousands of residents lost their social benefits because of the reductions in LIHEAP, SNAP, and Medicaid. OPC has seen an overall 14% increase in consumer complaints, with 20% of all cases involving potential disconnection. Under these oppressive conditions, consumers continue to accumulate large utility bill arrears and face service disconnection. The elimination of the federal tax benefit and energy improvements is wreaking havoc on those families seeking affordable clean energy alternatives. Consumers are feeling the impact of the PSC's decision on rates and services. And I know you spoke a lot about the Pepco's MRYP, and we took the position that it was not justified and the commission should not have approved it. We stand by that, and I will let Mr. Daniels go ahead, give a more detailed.
Sure. As the People's Council said, we did oppose the multi-year rate plan on a number of grounds. One, we found that it was that most of what the costs that they were using were projected costs as opposed to actual cost. The problem with that is if after you approve the plan, you find that those projections were much higher, were not met, and the actual costs were much lower, you've now paid higher rates. Procedurally, we also had an issue because the commission decided, even though we're going to change to this new complex way of making rates, we're going to do so without an evidentiary hearing. That just boggled our minds as to how you can do that. How would you have something more complicated but have less review? We fought tooth and nail to have an evidentiary hearing, and ultimately we did not. And they came up with a decision for a multi-year rate plan, only a 2-year multi-year rate plan. But we asked for reconsideration and they denied that. And then we took it to the Court of Appeals. And as you heard this morning, that has now been vacated and remanded back, which is going to cause quite a few questions in terms of, well, why should we pay these rates that we have in place if the court has found them to be invalid? How do we fix this? Essentially is going to be another question. So there were a lot of issues involved with the multi-year rate plan, and we felt that the circumstances too, the economic circumstances just weren't there for it. We should have just a traditional test year with actual cost, heavier reliance on actual cost, and just 1 year, so you don't get caught with wholesale prices exploding during your multi-year rate plan. That was something we couldn't see, but it did happen. So that's just one of the issues that we have with a multi-year rate plan. And needless to say, we're going to be very busy over the coming days and weeks trying to fix what the court now has set in process.
OPC, thank you, Lawrence. OPC took the position early in the case that the MRP would increase rates for consumers. And we were actually right for many of the reasons that Lawrence discussed. We also joined with other state advocates to file comments with PJM and FERC, which have resulted in lower costs, particularly with respect to the future. The chairman talked about his involvement in OPSI, and we have a similar organization called CAPS, which is the Consumer Advocates Protect PJM service.
Right.
So, I mean, the difference between, as I understand it, the difference between the commission's OPSI and CAPS is that CAPS by statute has a voting status, and we can vote. And we have done so on several occasions, some with minimum, some with some impact is what I'm really trying to convey. And okay. Moving on to Washington Gas. OPC has vigorously fought to keep WGL's rates low. We objected to WGA's regulated $45.86 million rate increase. We argued that WGL's overinflated requests lacked sufficient evidence. In response, we countered WGL's requests with a more reasonable and equitable rate increase of $9.4 million. Notwithstanding the objections of OPC and all of the non-utility parties, the PSC granted WGL a $33.4 million rate increase. And that is, the point that we're making, that they have misinterpreted their statutory responsibility. They would say that they were trying to keep WGL healthy, but in fact, WGL is extremely healthy. Their dividends are up, so they're looking good. But in contrast, utility consumers are suffering, and as I said, their rates are going up, as we told them. But more importantly, consumers are facing, the energy burden that Lawrence will talk about later, as well, where they don't have the resources to pay these, skyrocketing utility bills. So Washington Gas has increased, the reason being part of this, why their bills are so high, why their costs are so high, is that it has increased infrastructure investments in natural services. That's the Great Project Pipes expansion. Despite the district's move, and that's in direct conflict to the district's move toward electrification. The original estimate for Project Pipes was $100 million over the first 5 years and $1 billion over 40 years. Over the past 3 years of the plan, consumers have paid $300 million, and the PSC has authorized an additional $92 million, or 3% more, and there is no end in sight. I do want to add that during my tenure, early on in my tenure, I was involved in the initial case that gave rise to Project Pipes. And that case was simply a way of ensuring that that WGL's service was just and safe, just, reasonable, and safe, with the emphasis on safety. But they were not given a blanket check to decide how they should do that, certainly not to do an overall overall replacement of their pipes and infrastructure. Instead, they were supposed to look at the pipes, and those that were the worst were to be fixed first. And that was a priority. And then at that point, it was a very limited, issue, not a limited issue, but a limited projection. Now it has just, turned into really a money cow. And that is what we have opposed from the beginning. And the commission has nonetheless given them the amounts that they request. DC Water. DC Water is proposing a 6.6% and 5.3% rate increase for FY27 and FY28. These increases are driven primarily by capital improvement projects and debt services. The question has been raised about OPC's role in the process. OPC does not have a meaningful role in the rate setting process. DC Water Board sets the rates. Nonetheless, OPC is carefully reviewing the rate proposal for timing, cost effectiveness, capital expenditure efficiency, and appropriate cost allocation. The most appropriate rate structure to support water affordability for all consumers. Now I'm going to ask Ms. Strunk to talk about water.
Okay. Um, Good afternoon.
And if you could push the button so the red light comes on and then pull the mic a little closer to you.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Karen Sistrunk, Deputy People's Counsel. With respect to the DC Water rate case, we are currently reviewing it. Just to expand on People's Counsel's comments, we have a role, but it is minimal compared to the role we have with respect to the energy utilities before the Public Service Commission. Our role pursuant to the statute is to we receive a briefing from the DC Water in January. At that point, we take the budget and rate proposal, and we internally conduct a review. We try and comprehensively review it. We usually hire a consultant to assist us in our review, and we're currently doing that now. We may ask for additional information, which we're able to do pursuant to the statute to help us in our analysis. And ultimately, we will file comments and present testimony at the public hearing as a organization witness at the public hearing along with other public witnesses. And that at this point, that's the extent of our involvement in the rate setting process. I will add that the statute does require DC Water now it requires DC Water to respond to our comments, to our recommendations made in comments. They're required to provide a written response, of which has happened. But that's the extent of our involvement. And I say that that's the extent because it's very different. It's a very short time frame between January and May. Now, I will say in this proceeding, we have already started reviewing and looking at the components, and we've actually submitted this week, I believe yesterday, informal comments to DC Water, giving them our preliminary thoughts on the rates that are proposed. But I guess I would say that the process could be better. It could be more meaningful if there was an evidentiary hearing. You know, this is, I was going to say, our review of rate cases before the DC Water Board is a very different animal than our review of rate cases before the Public Service Commission. We comment on the rates. You know, there is no evidentiary hearing or proceeding. There is no rate case decision or formal order that comes out. So it's very different. But I will say we do what we can within the authority or within the process that we have. So that's what I would say with the rate case. And I will say that it's a very difficult case to look at because there are, you know, this rate case is driven by, I would say, really critical capital improvement programs, sewage infrastructure, aging sewage infrastructure, the Clean Rivers requirements, lead-free DC. All of these are very important to the health and safety of DC water consumers, DC residents, period. But it still, you have to balance it with ratepayers' ability to pay. You know, affordability is an issue. So, you know, we're looking at those kind of issues within the rate case. And I can't even say rate case. It's a rate adjustment process. So the process, I don't know how you change it, but there is a possibility that there could be an evidentiary hearing or a more extensive hearing before the DC Water Board, other than just the public comment or public hearing.
Just to add to Mrs. Strong's statement, it goes back to affordability. And the common thread that we're finding with all the utilities is that doesn't seem to be an objective. And even worse, the PSC does not think that that is the objective. And the other thing that I want to add is that during the initial consideration of modifying the statute, we said everything that Mrs. Strunk is saying. We wanted a more active role in the process. We wanted evidentiary hearings, but however, for some reason, they were not granted. We were not approved to do those. So, I mean, that is something that I think the council should consider and the DC Water Board should consider as well. Okay, let's go to my favorite subject, interconnection. Now, the three cases that I discussed all have immediate rate impact. Interconnection does not have, the issue of interconnection does not have an immediate rate impact, but far worse, it has a long-term impact on clean air, trying to obtain and maintain our climate air goals. And that's why it's so important. And what we saw, I know you went at the utilities hearings, what we saw was the consumers' frustration with that process. And for solar interconnection, there were, as they all testified to, significant delays and the cost differences between neighbors. So that, one cost was extremely high and another was more reasonable. That shouldn't happen. It certainly shouldn't happen without education. The PSC needs to address the lack of progress of resolving Pepco's long-standing obstacles to renewable interconnection. Our petition calls to uncover the root causes of these issues. And the PSC should mandate Pepco to adopt more efficient processing methods to control our clean air goals. Now, installing solar panels on individual homes is vital to the district achieving its clean air goals. Since early 2025, OPC and various stakeholders have collaborated to update and improve the rules governing residential interconnection in DC. OPC believes that if this was adopted, if our changes are adopted, changes will simplify the interconnection process, enhance accountability, and establish clear timelines and standards for the going forward. OPC is confident that these will provide benefits to all consumers and will help the council, help the district achieve its climate change goals.
I guess just one quick antidote to interconnection. As you know, a lot of consumers are definitely feeling the burden of higher energy costs, higher energy bills. Yesterday, I ran into a staffer who used to work for OPC, who has had solar installed in her home for a couple of years now. And she said that she has not felt that because she's producing enough energy and giving enough back, she's getting enough credit, that she's not feeling the pinch. We need more stories like that, and that does not happen unless bills like yours that help to ease the interconnection process and the proceeding that People's Council just talked about. Until that is done, until the commission comes up with a set of rules and enforcement, which is very key to make those rules real, you're not going to have more anecdotal stories like that.
Thank you, Lon. And it's similar to the Pepco outages that can, continue to occur throughout the city. And we filed another petition on interconnection. And in response to the petition, the commission issued an order requesting comments from OPC and Pepco about the outages and Pepco's reimbursement practices. Where our goal is to improve Pepco's service restoration process, particularly when the consumers are not at fault. Again, I have to say that the common thread is that the commission should be acting on these cases in the front end, not waiting for OPC to file a petition. If it's obvious to us, it should be more than obvious to the commission, and they should take action to correct it. Now we have the climate change plans, climate business plans, and I am going to let Karen address that.
Oh, okay. So currently, both Washington Gas and Pepco have filed their 15-year climate business plans. And this is within the formal case 1167 docket that the commission opened to explore or examine how the utilities would support the district's climate commitments, reaching 60% carbon reductions by 2030 and 100% carbon reductions by 2045. And so Washington Gas filed their plan in June. We filed comments on the plan in September. And with both plans, Pepco filed theirs in October, and we filed comments just in January. They're deficient. Both plans haven't really complied with the commission's order. With respect to the Washington Gas plan, it was business as usual. They proposed, I would say, gas-centric programs to offer energy-efficient gas appliances, for example. And then they relied on carbon offset credits. So we recommended that they go back to the drawing board, that the commission require them to actually file a plan. And the plan also included like renewable natural gas, but we're trying to move away from gas in any form. With Pepco's plan, we reviewed and filed comments, and we found that Pepco's plan, it was more conceptual. I think they had plans that should be explored. It's just a matter of putting meat on the bones. It lacked implementation plans. It lacked cost details. Both plans lacked how the utilities were going to actually track carbon emission reductions. So I think if the commission requires them to come back with the details that are necessary, that we can move forward, that will be a big help. And I would also add, it's not part of the climate business plan proceeding, but there is a cost-benefit analysis proceeding, GD 219-04M, which is there to develop a cost-benefit analysis framework that the commission will use in all climate considerations. And so I believe when both of those cases come together, that we will really move forward, in supporting the commission's, in the district's plan, climate commitments.
Oh, sorry, my throat is. I will add that in examining the climate business plans, one of the points that we made at the very beginning is that the commission needs to look at these holistically. We had initially separate plans and they were very, very different. If you're not looking at it holistically, then you have to see, because Washington Gas is promoting gas. Pepco is promoting its electricity. So there's not the PSC has an obligation to look at the plans to see how they fit into the climate action plans. We don't know, what Washington Gas, they are not compatible. If they don't have some compatibility so that the commission can say, Washington Gas, you cannot expand. Pepco, you have to make certain that the rates are affordable. It's a mixture. You can't do it one-on-one.
If I could just add also that in looking at these plans, we're looking at affordability also. We're balancing meeting the district's climate goals, but not killing the ratepayer in the process. And so that's where I would say that our affordability petition is important or is critical, because within that, we are asking the commission to develop an affordability metric that should be used in all proceedings and used to examine, all programs that the ratepayer will pay for.
With that, I would like to talk about the affordability. We know that affordability is a national crisis, and everyone is using the term because it's popular now. But what we need to do is look at what the commission can do, what this commission can do to ensure that rates are affordable. As I said, their mandate is not to keep the company healthy, but it's to make certain that rates are affordable and that consumers can depend on the commission looking for their benefit. As we know, again, I said that when the utilities originally became regulated, the whole theory, the whole concept, the whole purpose was to ensure that these monopolies did not override and just use rates that were financially beneficial to them, but really serve the public interest. And if you look at the statute, those words are there. So, affordability.
Affordability, what caused us to file our petition? And I would say it really comes down to data. Back in 2020, we did a comprehensive affordability study for the District of Columbia, and we found that, well, first, let me back up just a little bit. It's nationally known that if you spend 6% of your income, household income, on energy, you have an unaffordable energy burden. If you spend 10%, you have a severe energy burden. And what our study showed is that for the District of Columbia, 1 in 5 SNAP eligible consumers, residents of the District of Columbia, had a 20% energy burden. So they're spending 20% of their household income on energy. And just to put a little bit more, I guess, color and character to that, that's about 141,000 people who are SNAP eligible in DC. Above SNAP, but still low income, they're spending about 7% of their household income on energy. So it's not yet severe, but creeping up. But that was in 2020. So that was the end of the first year of COVID. Moving forward, we saw multi-year rate plans were starting to go into effect, and we knew the impact that was going to have. About 18 months ago, we saw wholesale rates explode. So we knew we had to draw a line in the sand and say, we need a proceeding to look at each and every touch point that impacts rates. And how can we look at every single one of those touch points and improve it so that we can have more affordable rates? Part of that process is the commission's statutory obligation. Chairman Thompson talked, I guess, somewhat aspirationally about affordability, but the statute probably needs to be amended to actually make it a statutory obligation to consider what the energy burden is, and to actually have an index developed and maintained by the commission so that when a rate case is filed, whoever files it, the Pepco or Washington Gas, they would have to put a statement inside their application that said, how will this rate application impact the energy burden? And the goal could be that we were not going to allow that energy burden to get past a certain percentage. And in doing that, it's not just the rate case that'll do it, it's the other programs like solar, some of the UDP programs as well that can be improved to make sure that those rates don't get too far out of question. But the real thing is for this proceeding to use data to set up important policy questions, and then we have that discussion and come up with answers. And those answers then can be transformed into actionable policy. One of which was, how do we get more people involved in the UDP programs? Your bill does that. So that was checked off. But there are a whole lot of other questions that have to be answered around affordability. And just as we evolve with, we don't know, what the future of data centers could be. It could be that, they kind of somewhat fade off. And this issue could go away, or it could get much worse. But we need to have a proceeding that looks very, very carefully at every single touch point. And that's what this proceeding will do. In terms of timing, it's very important that this proceeding wrap up this year so that we have this in place before the next rate case. So that was our view on why we needed an affordability petition and some of the goals that we have.
And as I said, the affordability issue is across the country. All of the consumer advocate offices are addressing it.
Mm-hmm. And probably the most important thing is that while we look at the health of the utility, that may be a part of the statutory obligation of the commission. The reality is that people cannot afford the utility. So we need to have an obligation to look at the energy burden. So failure to do that and only look at the profits, you're sacrificing the public interest on the altar of corporate convenience. And given these times, we can't operate like that any further because it's taken a huge human toll.
And I would just add, each of the utilities have consumer assistance programs. I would say DC Water has very good programs, as Washington Gas and Pepco. But the problem is that the rates are outpacing the inflation rate, and it's not helping consumers. The high rates actually diminish the effectiveness of these consumer assistance programs. So unless there is more money put into the consumer assistance programs, or and the limits for each individual are increased, they're not as helpful. They're not as effective of helping the consumer.
And what we've also discovered, or not discovered, but what we know is that the penetration rate for consumers in these discount programs is very, very low, despite the, how the program works. So that's another component in terms of education and reaching out, but really studying, what makes this happen and where we are in terms of, nationwide, and why are our programs not subscribed to as more, more people than it currently has. So I'm going to, cut short my testimony so that if you have further questions, you can ask. One of the things that permeates all of this is consumer education. And OPC has been proactive in everything that we do. And that's why that's why we filed the petitions that really the commission could have initiated on their own. But this year, OPC has attended 284 in-person and virtual consumer education and outreach events this year. That is a phenomenal amount, but that means that the staff of OPC, their feet are on the ground. They are really working, doing what needs to be done. In addition, we've had 4 podcasts on DC radio. Again, most people don't understand the terms and of rate utility regulation. So we need to break it down so that they can understand it, so that they can really have an educated voice at the table. The litigation section hosted a 2-day youth environmental justice and legal advocacy workshop in our office for high school students. That was the first ever. And we hosted a community water summit that drew over 700 residents and representatives from stakeholder agencies, utilities, advocacy groups, and consumers. And of course, we want to thank you especially for serving as the keynote speaker at that event. We got a lot of positive feedback and people listened. The public school system approved OPC's application to take part in the district's Adopt a School program. We've launched a curriculum at Anacostia High School, and our goal there is to prepare the next generation of utility consumers for what they will soon face. In closing, the power of the public, DC leaders, advocates, and Congress resurrected OPC in 1975. After a 20-year hiatus, OPC was originally functioning in 1935, and it was an office within the Public Service Commission, but it was shut down because of budgetary considerations. And why I said that this feels like deja vu. The community response forced the Congress to take action to create these consumer advocate offices so that the consumers could have representation and have a voice at the table. And we have done that effectively. We are trying to do it even more, but I don't know where the commission is going. Thank you, and we're open for questions.
Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody for being a part of that. I'm gonna just dive right in if that's all right.
Okay,
Just
no,
jumping
go
in some questions here. And you did in the process of that answer some questions I had, but I still have some, so don't worry. All right, I'm gonna take a big step back for a second. When we look at our DC Office of People's Counsel, and as you compare that to peer people counsel's office in other states or jurisdictions, Maryland obviously has a greater relationship, for example, or responsibility for water utilities than we do here. But other than that, are there any other type of statutory recommendations you have around changes that would allow OPC to have expanded powers or be able to do the job we expect you to do and do it better? Any recommendations around that? Probably not reopening the water conversation for right now in terms of having DC Water come through Public Service Commission. I feel like that was a debate we had a couple of years ago. So kind of setting that one aside, at least for the moment, are there other statutory recommendations or asks that OPC has?
I'll start by saying the statute is very comprehensive. We have one of the better statutes across the country, but it's not enforced. And the commission, again, doesn't read it the way we read it, that they have a public interest benefit. I would say that if we were proposing specific adjustments, that as Laura said, we should include in the statute a metric for affordability.
Yeah.
That is not currently there. And what does that look like? It looks like the commission must look at the metrics that evaluate it. Right now, it seems to me as if it's just, I think, they look at it very casually.
Well, I was going to get to that one later, but actually let's just kind of jump in there because I asked and posed some questions related to that to Chairman Thompson. I guess first off, the docket to do an investigation on affordability was initiated by OPC or Public Service Commission?
Yes, all of those
OPC.
were initiated by the OPC.
Correct. Could the Public Service Commission have initiated their own investigation on affordability, or does it have to come through a request from OPC to be able to open that.
Absolutely. And that was the point that I was trying to make, that they should not have to wait for OPC to file a petition to ask them to do what they should be doing ordinarily or by their statute.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, they see the same things that we see in terms of the number of complaints that are coming in. They know how many people are hurting. They know about outages, as you attended in your meeting. But we had to file that petition. And so, yes, they see exactly what we see. We are, pretty proactive in terms of filing a petition to make sure things get rolling. But yes, they could have on their own initiated it.
In terms of that docket, so to create an affordability metric.
Yes.
So what I heard earlier today was, and I don't mean this in a negative way. What I heard from the chairman though was not really outlining what an affordability metric would be, and saying, I want to have the public comment. I want to create the session where people can come give their feedback about what that would look like.
Right.
I didn't hear the PSC proactively saying, this is what I think an affordability metric would look like. This is how we would do this and assess it. Which gives me a little pause, because it would have been nice to have heard kind of what that vision would look like. But I did hear the chairman say, I want to have that feedback. I want to have people kind of tell me what they think it could look like. Did you hear that the same way?
I certainly did. And
Okay.
when we filed our affordability study, which would have given them some sense of what should be and what would be helpful. And they did not. They could have had they had the opportunity to cite to that. They chose not to do so.
Okay.
They actually, I mean, that's their responsibility. And we should not have to force them to do anything. And I would say that one of the problems that we found with petitions, in some instances, the commission has waited months, a year or more for acting on our petitions.
Yep.
And that's a problem.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
In terms of what it would look like, they could have looked right at our 2020 study, which was attached to the petition. They could have also looked at California and New York, where we referenced in the petition in terms of what it could actually look like. So, the metric it can look like several different models, and those models have been presented to them. So yeah, there's no deficiency in terms of what's available to understand what an affordability metric looks like.
Okay.
And they have NARU, NRRI, available at their disposal as a regulatory body. They have a national regulatory body that does research and investigations on all issues, including affordability. So they could look at that resource as well to understand what one looks like. So it's available.
Okay. Has the Public Service Commission given you a sense of the timeline of what this investigation would look like?
Not really. They've given a procedural outline in terms of comments and reply comments. Those have been done. But beyond that, in terms of we should be done with this by said date, no.
The comments
The
that
comment
are already done, the comment
yeah,
period?
Just file them.
we filed a set of comments and
Who all
reply.
filed comments?
We did DC government, I believe. I think Sierra Club filed as well.
Okay. I mean, not a knock on that, but that's not necessarily a very robust, that's not like tons and tons of people
Right.
had a chance to.
Now, several people have submitted comments, letters.
Okay.
Consumers have
Got
said,
it.
hey, I support this. My bills are high. I definitely would like this
Okay.
looked at. So.
All right, that's good to hear. Okay. All right, well, let's say that at the end of this process, there's some type of affordability metric. Perhaps it's borrowing off other jurisdictions. Maybe it's our own version of that. Do you believe that your office has the appropriate staffing, for example, to be able to then fight for that metric? When you're reviewing cases, do you believe the Public Service Commission has the right level of staffing to be able to add in a new metric? In other words, let's play this out and assume that we're able to create some type of affordability metric. What should we be thinking about on our standpoint of helping make sure that OPC has what you need to help enforce it? How do I make sure that PSC has what it needs to be able to apply that? Any recommendations you have about how to turn what hopefully is a good working product into something that we can actually implement and be meaningful?
One, couple of years ago, more than a couple of years ago, maybe 5 years ago, I created a climate section at the office. And it has been sparsely staffed. Right now, I think we have two attorneys.
Well,
One.
I would say that we have one attorney in the climate section, but the cases related to climate change are spread throughout the litigation section. The climate attorney does not handle the interconnection docket, but is responsible for making sure that the climate policy is consistent throughout the cases.
Mhm.
So we make it work that way.
Okay.
Well, let me add that one positive aspect is that OPC has independent assessment authority. And so we have the ability to hire experts in the field. And that's something that is important because no matter how staffed we are, in all likelihood, we get people that are just beginning to learn about utility regulation and certainly climate change. So we're able to balance that. Of course, we would love to have more staff that would be dedicated to, affordability issues and climate change issues so that we don't have to train people, that they come to us or at least develop within a, time frame, the expertise to address those issues comprehensively. Because again, as I said, we are fighting the utilities and they have unlimited resources in doing, making the changes that they want to have happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
In terms of affordability, data analysts probably will be important for both offices. Engineers, we have a great engineer now, but he is swamped. I mean, there's always something coming in. Metering and billing expertise, people with that type of expertise might be needed given the evolution that's going on in the industry.
Okay.
Yep.
Somewhat relatedly, let's talk about, you mentioned the 6,000 plus complaints that you've been managing. And that's a increase from previous years, or is that a relatively static?
No, it's not static at
Okay.
all. Last year, we had 4,360 complaints. This year, we've had 6,355 complaints thereabout. So that is a 20% increase in complaints.
Yeah.
And it's clearly.
I would assume it's largely driven by just the high costs that people are
Exactly,
experiencing.
Exactly.
Okay. So how is that working from let's talk about your staffing. How's that working from a staff capacity and a caseload? I assume that creates pressure on a caseload perspective for your teams. How are your staff doing with that? How is caseload management? Do you have vacant FTEs you're hiring for in those positions? Can you talk about how you're managing that increased caseload?
Yes, we have, and that is one area where we need additional staffing, and those people, the people that are working there are working 24 hours. Not only are they doing the complaints, but they're also responsible for outreach and for developing the various programs that we have. So we definitely could use the expanded help in that area. And we can't, assess for those. Those have to be done internally. We currently have 8, because what are the statistics?
Yeah, we currently have 8 employees in the water division. We have 1 vacancy, which is an attorney position. And we're considering swapping that or changing it to another consumer services rep. In the FY27 budget that was recently submitted, there was no opportunity to ask for any increases or enhancements. So right now we're stuck with 8 in the the local budget. And we have 2 vacancies in the SPR budget. One's an attorney and one is an executive assistant to the People's Council. That's our current vacancy.
Were you impacted by the mayor's hiring freeze?
Yes.
Yes, we were.
Yes.
Okay. Are you still? In other words, do
No,
you have a hiring freeze in
no,
place?
we can hire right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So we are actively, trying to hire the attorney position in the SPR. And, once we hire, once the People's Council decides to hire the executive assistant, that position is there.
whomever that is.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right. Let me move to a couple of different cases to spend a little time working our way through. So we've talked about a couple of them. Let me talk about formal case 1179. So district safe decision we just got yesterday. Can you talk a little about, do you believe that the order, I spent some time with the chairman trying to understand, as he laid out how he believes the Public Service Commission's decision represented substantial structural change from what was requested, not just a reduction from a dollar amount, but I'm sure you listened and you've already read through the report or the decision, everything from the threshold that has to be met before they can start doing billing. What I'm getting at is, do you believe that the decision that we saw and the details within it, was it responsive to the issues that you raised? Was it maybe some of it was responsive, but some of it was not? Like, kind of, how would you grade it in terms of what was the level of responsiveness to concerns that you shared compared to what was ultimately approved?
Categorically, I would respond, no, it's not responsive to the comments.
Hold on, Mike, I'm sorry, just
sorry.
Mike's kind of pointed a different direction. Yeah.
The
thank you.
quick answer is no.
Mhm.
It is not responsive to the questions and the issues that we raised in the proceeding. They essentially ignore it. But I'm going to again defer to.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Two things really stand out. It's compliance and climate. Compliance, they were required at one point, the commission pushed back and said, you didn't comply with our previous order with what you were to provide. I still don't think they've complied with that. So that's a big thing.
And can you add a little more detail to that? What do you?
There were a number of things that they had to provide. The commission, right off the top of my head, I can't tell you exactly which ones, but we are drafting now what will be the application for consideration to outline exactly what points they did not comply with in the filing that was actually approved. The one that was most glaring, I would say, is climate. There's no mechanism there to measure greenhouse gas emissions in this plan. And that was detailed in the dissent by Commissioner Beverly. It said, look, I don't know how you're going to measure that. But the council, and I think you were one of the signees, sent a letter to the commission saying, don't approve a previous was then Project Pipes plan because it was not consistent with the District of Columbia's goals, climate goals. And it still isn't. So that's a glaring thing that stands out. Again, we just got the order yesterday about 4 o'clock. So we're still going through it, but some of those details on compliance, we are going to detail in our reconsideration.
Okay. Got it. On the issue that they're going to focus on, the district safe is all about safety. OPC has claimed leaks have increased across Washington Gas's distribution system despite significant investment in pipe replacement through Project Pipes and routine maintenance. While Washington Gas has claimed that the total number of grade 1 and grade 2 repaired leaks peaked in 2019 and has since declined about 30%. What do you think is some of the reason for the difference in the data here? I notice a difference in the language here for repaired versus actual leaks.
Right.
Is that at the heart of it? Is it an issue of around definition? What are your thoughts?
There are some serious issues with data management with Washington Gas that we have noticed, not only just kind of just one-offs, here and there, but this is more over a series of years. And we've captured that. We haven't filed a petition on it yet, but that is soon to come to detail exactly what those issues are. It's compelling. The amount of, I would say, mismanagement. Like you said, how do leaks disappear, or how do they not show up? Are they repaired or not? So there are. It's a big issue. It's an alarming issue because that not only is it compliance, but it's also safety and it's also climate. If those numbers aren't reliable, then that's very problematic across the board. Yeah. So the fact that you have at least picked up on it, we studied every day. We're in technical conferences and working groups, and it's brought up there, and we've raised it. So we're about to elevate that to a point where that has to really have a hard look at that very issue.
Yeah. Okay. One of the things that when I was asking the Public Service Commission around the the merits of what they move forward. They talked about safety,
Yeah.
about repairing leaks, and I asked about our climate goals, and they said, well, it's going to reduce emissions. And one of the things that I think is pretty clear, in terms of emissions in the district, a leaking pipe, it's not nothing, but it's
Right.
pretty close to it when we talk about the overall district emissions.
Hmm.
And so repairing, I don't think you would say, it certainly is focused on safety. And again, let's have a baseline assumption. Everybody wants safety. So everybody wants to make sure that's addressed.
Right.
But it doesn't seem like it's actually it's pretty de minimis in terms of any impact it has on climate and meeting our climate goals.
Mhm.
Would you agree with that?
I mean, I don't, when you talk about a leak, I've never couldn't put it in, frame it in my head as being de minimis. I mean, because of the impact it can have.
I'm not about the de minimis of the safety. I'm talking
no.
about de minimis from the emissions across the entire District of Columbia.
Right.
A leak is not what's creating the district's emissions.
I would agree.
Right.
I would agree with that.
Again, that's why I feel like in these conversations, you got to always caveat this thing,
Mhm.
right? Everybody in this room agrees.
What's
If there is a leak, safety's first, we want
Okay.
that, right? So like, again, I'm going to assume every single person wants that. But what we're talking about is just the emissions piece, is that that in the scale of emissions is not, I mean, district safe seems to be focused on safety. It's not focused on meeting our climate goals. And I think the dissenting opinion yesterday highlighted that as well. Okay.
And that goes back again, and I'm
Mhm.
sorry to interrupt,
No, please.
but the original plan for Project Pipes, and I think it was called something before that, was really to have the major pipes repaired or replaced, the priority class 1 pipes. And that's not what they're doing. They're doing a rollout. So anytime they see a leak or something happens, that they can fix that, which grows their rate base and makes it more expensive for consumers. So that needs to be changed. The commission needs to require them to really look at what constitutes a safety issue, to the price involved in that, how ratepayers are going to pay for that, those types of things. It really needs Pepco, these Washington Gas needs to go back to step one, to go back to what was originally the objective or role that they were to play in reducing the leaks.
Mhm.
And it's not every leak that comes out, like you say, a de minimis leak should not be rolled out before the Class A rates, Class A pipes.
Well, what I heard Chairman Thompson talk about was in the decision though. Washington Gas, for example, has to put forward a list of repairs. He outlined different data requirements that have to kind of go with each one. And then the Public Service Commission has to approve those repairs before they can be done. That does sound like that's different than what we've seen before, which was just kind of a blanket, you can just go and replace pipes. That sounds like that's an improvement, but help me understand why it may not be. Because it sounds like it's saying, let's focus on the repairs.
It's a good first step, but it doesn't go far enough.
Yeah, I think,
That's what we generally conclude.
right. I think, Project Pipe has been going on for almost 15 years now. And every time they come up with a plan or approve a plan, the intentions are there. But, results are not based on intentions, they're based on results. And in each and every phase, they're over budget, they don't replace as much pipe as they're supposed to. And then there's an audit that comes out that has a whole litany of things that they need to do to improve. I mean, we just keep doing this over and over and over again. So again, they just, issued another order yesterday. Claims of restructuring or new formatting, that's great intentions. But in terms of implementation, are we still going to have the same issues where, again, because they get an accelerated recovery, are they going to try and just, sweep everything into that, as much into that as they can, or are they really going to be focused? Time will tell. And it's going to take the commission to enforce, what they've set out yesterday and make sure that actually comes to pass. But as I said, this is not the first rodeo. We've done this twice now, over a series of years. And we have not had a result that's positive. So I'm less optimistic and I'm more focused now on what Washington Gas is doing.
Okay.
And I
The
guess
only reason, just, the only reason that am somewhat optimistic is because of the council's involvement. And there's now more pressure on Washington Gas and the Pepco to act, in a different way. They're not going to be able to pass through things without anyone looking, or OPC with their one hand clapping, causing attention to it. So I'm a little optimistic, but as Lawrence said, we've been optimistic before.
I mean, well, I will say I am with you on that. I do believe that having council willing to do oversight matters. I think having a hearing like we did last week with almost 100 people coming and focusing in matters. I don't know. I really don't believe I would have seen you. I can acknowledge the order or the decision yesterday is not responsive to the things that you raised. And I can also acknowledge that it was a stronger decision that I think than otherwise would have happened without the knowledge there was going to be oversight, without public engagement, without the hearings. I can hold both those to be true at the same time. Yeah. Okay, let's look at the other formal case, the FC 1176. And so with the breaking news this morning.
Right.
So OPC had raised a significant procedural concern.
Yes.
And I have not had a chance to make, again, this for the public watching, this appeal court decision came out about an hour before the hearing began. So I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing, but my understanding is, in my very quick and dirty version of this, is that what the appeals court found was on essentially they rendered their decision based on the process around should there have been an evidentiary hearing.
Right.
Okay. So part of what you believe, OPC, believe that would have come out in an evidentiary hearing would be this huge discrepancy between how the costs were going to be calculated. I think it was $40+ million difference. And is that what you believe? Like, is it that the process would have allowed for a much better or more clear determination, and then perhaps changes to that calculation that would have been impacted what the rates in the rate case would actually be?
The answer is yes. It is for us a fundamental issue and essentially a due process issue, because if you don't have the opportunity to contest a fact that's stated, then there's no value. And we don't know what the commission is relying on when it comes to rendering a decision.
Okay. How many times in the past 5 years has the Public Service Commission declined to hold an evidentiary hearing in a contested rate case?
Never.
Okay.
I've been here 26 years. The commission has done this for 100 years. I don't think they've ever not had an evidentiary hearing. I mean, when we go to conferences and I tell people that, they just held a rate case without an evidentiary hearing, people turn their head like, well, how'd you do it? Like, how'd you bake a cake? You didn't put it in the oven. It's that kind of level of, how do you do this? Kind of thing. So, that's, I don't think that's ever, no, that's not the way you do things.
When you get a chance to read the order more thoroughly from the case, the appeals decision, you'll see that the appeals court was very hard on the PSC, and they basically concluded that how can you do this? Pretty much what Lawrence was saying. And at one point they said, what is it that you don't understand? And this is very simple. Anyone should understand this. So it's a victory for OPC, clearly. And, my lawyers worked extremely hard. We went to the DC Court of Appeals and we had a fantastic hearing there. We're not surprised that the court found in our favor. We're just now the issue is how's that going to be implemented? What are we going to do? They are if you look at the court decision carefully, it says it remands it and vacates it. That would suggest that there are returns that should be due to consumers based upon those illegal, yes.
So that's what I was gonna get to next is, all right, so let's talk about what's next. And again, I'm gonna be fair to everybody. You know, it was an hour before the hearing began, so I'm not gonna expect that the chairman is gonna have every detail on that either. I don't expect you to have every detail on it. Just trying to understand kind of what we think some of the next steps might be, right? The increase in rates from that decision, not the appeals decision, from the rate decision,
Right.
that is showing up on people's bills today.
Yes.
Right.
Okay,
Since 2025, right.
so people have been paying that since 2025. The appeals decision
Mhm.
remands the rate case back to the Public Service Commission.
Correct.
Do you read the decision? I think you kind of hinted at this. Do you read the decision to say that that rate increase that people started paying in 2025 is now invalid?
Yes.
And it would require
Mm.
Pepco, for example, to issue rebates, issue credits on the next month's bill? Like, what do you, I'm gonna get questions from constituents on
Yeah,
this.
sure.
What
Definitely are.
you, and if you tell me, Councilmember, it's only a couple hours old, I'm not gonna give you an answer on this, that's okay.
Mhm.
But what do you believe would be the next step of what we help tell the public and ratepayers about what's likely to come next?
It's difficult to come up with a definitive solution. Right now, we haven't really thoroughly looked at the court's decision. But the things that we are, toying around with are that money needs to go back to ratepayers, period. And that's not toying around with. We believe that firmly. The question is, as always, what does that look like?
Yep.
And we're looking at possibilities such as creating an escrow fund or a direct payment to, consumers, which is more difficult, but is it more fair?
Right.
That's the question. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and also one of the complex issues is, okay, we send it back for an evidentiary hearing. The data is 2 years old, it's stale. And I don't know that you can do a evidentiary hearing on stale data. Again, this is something that rarely happens in the industry where you get a decision so bad, they got to send it back to do a rate.
When's the
case.
last time the appeals court sent back an approved rate case?
Not a rate case.
We have had. good-
Rate cases are
go
going back.
back. No.
For a full rate case, I can't remember a rate case being sent back as being invalid, such as
Yeah.
what they've done here.
I mean, help me wrap my head around this. Like, how unprecedented or how big of a deal is this?
Go ahead. He's asking.
There have been issues that the
Yeah.
court has sent back, but never a whole rate case.
Right.
Right.
This is very different.
Okay.
Oh.
So discrete
is it-
issues within a case may get
Right.
sent
Right.
back, but the entire
That's
case,
true.
Is it fair to say it's fairly unprecedented?
well, I'll tell you this, there's a professor who is well renowned as, one of the experts in rate making. One of our colleagues went to his course that he puts on, and she explained to him what's going on with us. He said, it sounds like you guys have a good argument, but I don't know if they're going to be able to send it back. But here we are.
Yeah.
So I would say it's probably unprecedented.
In a
And from
favorable way.
the standpoint of both Pepco having, having some certainty so they can know what their next steps are, as well as ratepayers, which includes, your household rates, that's your businesses. Frankly, that's DC government,
Right.
right? Our rates have gone up
Yeah.
significantly because we pay it just the same. What's the timeline? Like, what would we expect to be, like, if we have to go back to an evidentiary hearing, I assume that's got to be noticed. There's a certain amount of time that's open. Is that a 6-month process? Is that a 12-month process? Is it a 6-week process?
I would think there's going to be a streamlined process set up to do this, given the vast impact of this, because you said everybody's impacted by it. So I think, I would think that the commission is going to move pretty quickly to set something up, but it's just that we don't know what form it looks like because we've never had one sent back, the entire case sent back. And again, the data is stale. So I don't know if there's maybe some
Can
middle
you just
ground.
add a little more so I understand what you mean when you say the data's stale?
Well, when they filed the rate case, that was done probably late 2022, 2023. So that had a set of data that said, here's where our costs are. and here's what we want recovery for.
Okay.
So that decision came out in 2024, and the rates started going into effect 25 and 26. So now they've said that, okay, your process was wrong. There's nothing wrong with the data. The process was wrong. Now you got to go back and have an evidentiary hearing. With that data now, some of those costs were projected. So let's just say, for example, they said, well, it's going to cost us $28 to do X thing. Well, the actual cost of coming down is like, okay, maybe it was $12.
So how do we know that?
Well, you look at the actual data, you can look at the actual cost. You can look at how much it actually costs to do a thing as opposed to the projection they put out.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, does an evidentiary hearing create the requirement, create the opportunity for the actual cost that you're describing to be there? In other words, how am I going to know that the $28 thing actually costs $12?
Well, that wasn't going to come out in the evidentiary hearing, but what you could test is whether or not it's actually proved. That projection, whether that projection is based on evidence that's solid. You know, our witnesses
So
would say,
it's up to the PSC. The Public Service Commission has to request that data
yes,
and evidence of those costs.
right. And
And-
parties do as well in Discover. We request it, we
Okay.
take a look at it. Pepco has their own data. And what should have happened is that you go for the commission, you say, okay, on this issue, my expert says this, their expert says that, then the commission decides.
The
Didn't
val-
happen.
the value of an evidentiary hearing is that the parties do have an opportunity to contest the testimony, the witnesses' interpretation of the data. So we all get an opportunity to
Okay.
request information and to examine thoroughly, you know, what the company is saying. But,
All right.
you know, and we've been in situations where the witnesses will say, utility witnesses will say, well, I don't know the answer to that. Somebody else wrote my testimony. And what do you do with that? And if you don't have an evidentiary hearing, that would never come out.
Mhm.
So that's why it's so important to have.
Okay.
And we've had evidentiary hearings where an expert might put out a spreadsheet of numbers and another expert looks at it and finds mistakes. And then you realize you cannot use those numbers. So that
Mhm.
that opportunity is gone now.
Okay, but
So-
but you believe that's what will happen now with a full evidentiary hearing? Or you don't know yet? And
I don't know how you
can't
fix
answer
it.
that question?
I don't know how you fix it at this point.
In essence, it may be a new case.
Mhm.
They may have to present new evidence,
Mhm.
and it's really a new case, a new rate application.
Okay,
I mean, like I said, there's a whole line of options. You could just say all the difference between where rates were and where rates are now, you could give back that difference. And as Karen said, you have a new case and then you move forward. That may be one option. There are a lot of different options. We've been thinking through them.
Mhm.
But I mean, we're here now.
Okay.
And people are going to start to ask questions. Well, why should I pay a rate that the court has now said was not
Yeah.
created?
I don't want to be careful because it's very fresh. It's only a
Yes.
few hours old, so we're all speculating. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the process looks like next,
Yeah.
because I'm sure we'll have ratepayers. I'm
Oh.
sure the mayor's budget team is trying to say, oh, we get a credit? Got a budget application coming up soon. So, all right. A couple other questions I want to ask you about. We heard last week from a lot of folks talk about just the time it takes for the Public Service Commission to get to a decision. I'll be honest, I've heard this both from our utility companies as well as residents saying it just takes too darn long to get to a decision. Now, DC seems to be an outlier in that we don't have this kind of statutory, like the rate case takes effect. I believe at least one table I saw, we're the only jurisdiction that doesn't have that. Everybody has some time window. Now, I believe if it's a 3 or 6 month window, that's probably too short because you're not allowing Public Service Commission to do their job. You're not allowing the different stakeholders to kind of have that process to get there. On the other hand, when we have rate cases that linger for 2 years, that's hard on everybody. And then we kind of hit up freshness or staleness of the data question. Like when these things linger, I do think it's problematic.
Yep.
Has OPC taken a recommendation or position on whether we should ever put in some type of statutory deadline? I can see risk and reward on all of it. So I'm just trying to kind of evaluate it. I do think 3 to 6 months is too short, but 12 months, what would be my pros and cons if we said, Let's do 12 months.
Well, it's generally a 9-month process in the district. I don't know if that's statutory.
It's not
It's not
statutory.
statutory, and we've got cases that have gone 22 months.
It's not statutory.
I'm thinking
but
of a rate case. Yeah.
What Karen is referring to is the timeframe that the commission is required to act. And many years ago, there was for lack of a better term, a gentleman's agreement or utility agreement with the commission and the parties that the commission would act within 9 months. And that amount has expanded since the decision.
Yeah.
But it's almost, again, I keep saying it's a deja vu because previously, cases sometimes lingered for 3 years, 2 years, as you said.
And I don't
But
think
they
that's
tried
helpful
to
for
restrain
anybody.
But
If
it's
I'm a
no
utility,
statute.
if I'm a utility provider and I need some certainty, I've got to be able to make plans. I've got to be able to make plans for investments. I've got to be able to figure that out.
Right.
A case that just lingers for 2 to 3 years, I think hurts our ability to deliver energy for residents, for businesses. And so I'm sympathetic actually on that case to our utilities. They need greater certainty around that. But I also I'm sensitive to, you push too hard, then you're going to get to a place where the Public Service Commission, they can't do their job. You're not able to do your job, and that hurts because you're going to end up with people paying rates that they come back and make a change and it doesn't work. Well, I welcome your continued thoughts on this. Again, it's something I'm trying to make sure I understand and kind of hear from the different stakeholders about, should we do something statutorily? There may be a compelling reason not to, but there might be a reason for us to try to put some of that so it's not a gentleman's handshake in a back room somewhere about how long they'll get to it, but it's statutory and you can kind of plan around it and work with that. What also came up in the hearing last week, we talked about it a little bit today with the chairman, has to do with 1-year rate increase proposals versus multi-year proposals. And what I can't tell, and again, I'm oversight for all of 3 to 4 weeks now, are we seeing a shift from single-year rate cases to multi-year rate cases? And what are my inherent pros and cons to those approaches from OPC's perspective? Welcome your thoughts.
With multi-year rate cases, the rates are going to increase quicker. Yeah, as I said, right now we've only had a 2-year multi-year plan in DC. The company has filed for 3 years, and in some other states they may go even longer. And you talk about the shift. There have been some states that went from traditional 1 year to multi-year, and now they've gone back to 1 year because they've been burned. So that experience as well. I think it has to be based upon what's going on in your jurisdiction, what's best for your jurisdiction, what's going on in terms of how affordable energy is, what kind of changes are going on, what fits best for your rate making scheme. Our thoughts would be a traditional test year is better because one, you can use actual costs a lot better in a 1-year setting. Probably less data too to evaluate. And I would think that you wouldn't get caught by surprise by something outside force like the wholesale rates jumping up. Like after you've approved 3 years and something jumps up, now you've got to go in and start to claw back things and undo things. That wouldn't happen with a 1 year. So I would say where we are right now, especially in light of this ruling we just had, I think a 1 year would be better.
Okay. I mean, is there a devil's advocate argument that it just creates a lot more work for people, like to do it every year? And so a multi-year case just is a simpler way and take some work out.
No, even with multi-year, there's still a lot of work to be done. Not that it's actually been done here. I mean, we're supposed to have a lessons learned that before you did the next multi-year rate case, but that didn't happen here. We went ahead and did it. It's supposed to be a reconciliation process that happens. That is work as well. So it's not as if it's a lot less work, a lot less savings in terms of personnel hours. So I don't think there's a distinguishable difference between the two from that perspective.
Okay. If we're looking back now, and maybe this is part of what you're talking about with the data as well, but what Pepco proposed in their latest multi-year plan, how does that compare to the growth of electric distribution rates nationwide?
Even so, the rate itself or the usage, what's,
The rates, yeah, not the usage, but the rate.
well, I think the rates are coming in higher now than they have been in the past.
At one point, DC was one of the lowest, had one of the lowest
Right.
rates across the country. Now, certainly subsequent to the MRP, the rates have risen exponentially, as you know. And that is a direct outcome of whatever is going on, the slabs, what's too short, what's too long. The other thing is that prior to the MRP, the utilities frequently filed what we call pancake cases, so that as soon as they got a decision, they would file the next case. So that was, again, almost a 1-year decision, you know, because they were there. The difference being that it did not change the rates. So if they felt it, they couldn't change their rates until after the commission issued a decision. So that is to say that a 1 year might be appropriate, but we would like to look at it more carefully to see, you know, what, again, that would look like and what would the commission have before them and what evidence will we be able to thoroughly examine and how would we examine that, you know, cross-examination, evidentiary hearing. So that's the answer, but it's doable.
Yeah.
It's doable.
Okay. Back to our topic on affordability. Are there any council enacted mandates mentioned by Chair Thompson earlier that you heard, for example, related to the clean energy transition that have had the unintended effect of increasing utility costs in ways that create tension with OPC's core mission to protect and advocate for consumer interests?
Repeat that question again.
Sure. Is there anything that the council has enacted? I'm thinking, for example, related to clean energy transition that has the unintended consequence of increasing utility costs in a way that then creates tension for OPC for your core mission to protect and advocate for consumer interests. What I'm kind of getting at is we have explicit goals to try to reduce our emissions and climate impact. We have specific programs to help fund the transition to clean energy and energy generation, think solar. But at the same time, while the nature of the bill is complex and has many different facets, and some of those council or DC enacted pieces are small comparatively, it's still a cost. Does it put OPC in a very challenging position? Or do you have to weigh the totality of it, that recognizing by making this clean energy transition, it has the ability to actually lower individuals' costs? Like, I just kind of welcome you to kind of talk through just that challenge you have to navigate.
I don't think at this point that legislation has increased OPC's costs or the consumer's costs with respect to climate change. I would say that with respect to rate cases, for the last number of years, the utilities do everything they can to label investment as climate related. And we have been, I think OPC has been very good at really looking at the proposed program or infrastructure investment to determine whether it really is related to climate or not. And so I don't think that unnecessary costs have been imposed on ratepayers or made our job more difficult as a result of clean energy legislation.
Right. And you know, what she's explaining is greenwashing. That's where they will say, oh, this is all about climate. I need $150 million to meet all the climate. But guess what, where that's exposed in an evidentiary hearing. When you put somebody on the stand and say, well, explain to me what these 4 projects that you're going to do, how does it meet a climate goal? And they will sit there with not an answer. And that's where you could cut out those programs from costs, as opposed to not having a hearing and perhaps those costs being included. So from that perspective, yes, but not from the council itself.
Okay, got it. Couple more questions, and then we'll start to wrap up. We talked about gas, talked about electric, DC water. So when we had the DC water hearing the other day, I asked them about their engagement with OPC, and I know I think there was a staff transition maybe around August, but they said we've had a really collaborative relationship and staying in touch with monthly briefings. So at least it sounds like, but wanted you to kind of confirm from DC Water's perspective, they felt like there's good communication back and forth, sharing of information. Is that fair? You
Yeah,
feel that on the
that
receiving
is,
end too?
I would say that was accurate. I saw the hearing also. That is accurate. We do, OPC staff meets with DC Water once a month.
Mhm.
And we contact them, we communicate with them if there's other issues in between those monthly meetings. I will say where there is probably a disconnect or an issue is with respect to the the bill dispute process. I was going to say the administrative hearing process, but it goes beyond just the hearing process. Within our statute, we're authorized to assist consumers with individual bill disputes or complaints. And what we have found is that the hearing process itself could use some tweaking. For the benefit of the DC Water consumer. Right now, when we first started representing DC Water consumers, a consumer had 10 days to dispute a bill, which was just not enough time, and they had to dispute it in writing. So it was just very difficult. Since then, we pushed to have the the time period extended to 20 days, but it really should be more. And I believe your bill, the DC Water Billing and Disconnection, a modernization act will do that, will help tremendously in that area. But with respect to the hearing process, right now, you file a complaint, and if you don't work out a payment plan, you automatically go to an formal administrative hearing. Now, the problem, there are a number of problems with that process. First, there's a long delay right now. There's a backlog with respect to formal hearings. I believe DC Water has hired a second hearing officer or part-time hearing officer, but there's still a backlog.
Mhm.
But I believe that, one of the things that should be considered in reforming the hearing process is to, first of all, it should be an independent hearing officer. Right now, the hearing officer is paid by DC Water. And so that's, like Pepco hiring an administrative hearing officer to hear complaints against Pepco. So that is just not impartial.
If it wasn't DC Water, who would do it? Like, if it wasn't DC Water paying for a hearing officer, just I'm curious, like who would we have do that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Who would we have pay for? If you're saying the concern is DC Water paying for a hearing officer,
It had to be,
where would it come from?
maybe, since they are a quasi-governmental agency, maybe it would be someone, an agency within DC government. I don't have the answers.
Okay. Just highlight,
to
you're just highlighting
exactly
the
how.
potential conflict that you
Yeah.
think they're right there. Okay.
But, so there are some other issues. I believe that maybe you wouldn't have quite as many administrative hearings and you wouldn't have the backlog if possibly there was an informal hearing process
Mhm.
before you got to a formal administrative hearing. And that's how it's done on the energy side.
Got it. Okay.
So that would help the backlog for administrative hearings. And
All right. Well, the hearing for that legislation is on March 26th. So I think your team has that date. So we're looking forward to it and welcome feedback and ideas as we look through that too. You talked a little bit about the kind of the energy burden that we're seeing across our city, and it is not landing in an equitable fashion. When we look at your complaints, for example, the number of complaints you're fielding, you noted in your pre-hearing responses, the majority are coming from wards 4, 5, 7, 8. You also talked about the energy burden on household income, for example. I think you said in some cases up to 20% is what you're seeing, compared to 3% for other households. Does your data track that number, the energy burden, also by ward in the same way your complaints are being by ward? I mean, I kind of assume they're going to track.
Yes,
Your
we do.
complaints are going to largely track that, but does your data actually keep track of that burden by ward as well?
We recently expanded our database to include a tracking system, and it is based by ward and the type of complaint being filed. So that's why we can say which wards have the most complaints and which wards, what's the resolution there? What is their issue, disconnection or safety? And I'm going to let Eric talk a little bit more about that. But the problem is that we've always taken that position, but we didn't have empirical data to support it. Everyone knew that unaffordability was an issue more prevalent in some wards than others. I believe that Ward 3 didn't, on certain months, they don't have any complaints. So that tells you something about the disparity between the wards.
Yeah.
Eric, you want to do that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ward 3 for 25 had the lowest complaints, and that was 94. And like you said, the highest was Ward 8, which had 1,646. And then 7 had 1,233. So yeah, and then the next lowest was Ward 2.
Yeah.
So that 2 and 3 are low, 7, 8 very high.
Okay. Unfortunately, not surprising data, right? So I don't think we're surprised by that, but the data is helpful for us to, again, help think through what our solutions look like. If your team is able to, kind of the data shop you're talking about, be able to look at that energy burden cost, I think that's a really, I mean, if somebody's having to pay 20% of their household income on energy, I mean, tack on housing is probably going to be 30%, 40% of their costs. So it is just unlivable, unsustainable to be able to make that work. So if you do happen to have that data broken down by ward, that'd be just helpful for us to kind of see.
I think it may have been attached to the testimony as filed, but I will make certain that you have it, and we'll
can
give
follow
you
up
a more
with you on that,
expansive
Yeah.
version of it.
Yeah. that'd be
Because
great.
we really have something I'm proud of, that we really are able to track specifically all of the issues that are going to complaints or constitute the basis for the complaints. But we'll definitely get that to you.
Okay, sounds good. And then on solar interconnection complaints, it looked like in the response, there were only 10 or so complaints that went through the formal Public Service Commission process last year. I'm going to wager that does not represent the total number of residents who faced issues, though, or financial risks, or delays, experiences, delay in their experience at Pepco. Does OPC have an attorney or program staff that covers the solar connection issue? We had more than 10 just complaints as constituent services just into our office. Typically, we always, that we can reach out to OPC. Sometimes we should reach out to PSC directly to try to help out. Can you talk about, do you have an attorney or program staff specific to solar connections?
Yeah. Nia Tanner is our attorney who deals with solar interconnection. She helped with the legislation that you did. She's attending the workshops and the working groups for the net energy metering and also for CREF. So she's the one who's the point for that.
And then I would also add that we have a consumer specialist that deals just with solar.
She's not an attorney, but works very closely with the Attorney General's office. They refer cases to her. So they are given, she's able to give them the first step, issues or first steps resolutions.
Yeah. Well, and I'm not plugging my own legislation too much here, but I do think the GRID Act and the valuable feedback we got from the team at OPC, and we worked closely with Public Service Commission on it as well. I think it can make a meaningful and impactful difference. I think OPC released a recent report in 2024. Most customers are quoted between $2,000 and $15,000, but we see residents that get $100,000. We had a constituent had $194,000 interconnection charge. $194,000, just ridiculous. We have to reach out to the Public Service Commission and try to knock all that back, but it's what I think is important. I think people know OPC is out there and know you're a lifeline, and so they reach out. There's still a lot of people that don't, right? There's still a lot of people that don't know they can call my office, and we're going to help navigate that for them. Folks that don't know, they could contact the PSC and help navigate that, right? So the number of complaints that we see is not the full picture.
No.
That's just the number of people who actually
That
figured
know
out
what
who
OPC
to
is
email or call, or you get a $194,000 bill to do a solar interconnection. Almost 10 out of 10 people are going to say, well, I'm out. I'm not going to do that.
Right.
So how many of those folks just kind of gave up before ever thinking through, let me make that phone call? So the scope of the problem is much bigger. And I think our legislation is going to work to help fix that significantly. The PSC is the regulatory entity here. To your knowledge, has there ever been any enforcement against Pepco for a huge fee? Or is it just that we don't actually have an enforcement mechanism that is even set up for that? So they give such a giant number, and they're really the only thing that's really there is try to help navigate that and knock it down. But there is no, that's part of why we need the legislation, because there really is no structure around it.
I don't believe there has been a enforcement action against any of the providers, solar providers.
But I'm also
Don't
not sure if
know.
it's just kind of a legal gray area, so they can give a huge interconnection number.
Oh.
They're not necessarily violating anything. It's just, we're
Right.
all shocked by it. And so again, I think that's where the GRID Act is going to be able to help put some common sense to it.
Correct.
And create some consistency and
I
lower
agree.
costs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have any further questions at this time. I don't want to let the hearing end though without reiterating the way that I opened. Ms. Madam Fry, how many years have you been our People's Council?
I'm sorry,
How many years have you been our People's Council?
41?
Years ago here.
Oh, I'm sorry, 41. I started at 12. No, I've been I've been at OPC 41
Yeah.
years. I have been People's Council for 12 years.
Yeah. I remember when you were first nominated for this position. And I think at that time, Mary Che was the chair of the committee, and that went through its process. And people held your feet to the fire and asked you all the tough questions, but people were proud to nominate you, vote to support you, and see you in this role. And over 12 years, I think you have a lot to be able to be incredibly proud of yourself, and then of course the team around you as you continue to build, nurture, support the team, build the team. And I think again, our city is better off because of the fights that OPC has chosen to fight. Doesn't mean you win every fight, but it does mean you're in the ring every single time. And as you said, it's a little David and Goliath, it feels sometimes, but we're really grateful for your leadership and your service and the contributions that have made our city better for everybody. And we will take the mission that you give us, that a lot of hard work continues. So while we congratulate you on your retirement, your R word, as you said, grateful for you. And we know that our job and our duty is to pick up that mission and keep it moving forward. So thank you.
Again, I thank you for those comments. They are something that everyone wants to hear, that they've done a good job, and I appreciate that and the recognition that goes with that. But I do want to emphasize that it has been throughout the years, throughout my tenure as People's Council, a team effort. I'm surrounded by the people at this table, and they all, contribute to the success that the office has had. So I'm thanking the three that are at my table, but I'm also thanking my staff members that are watching on television, on TV. So it really is
Yep.
a group effort.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you. And I know you're not going to go too far away, so we can still give you a call and check in and get your advice. And
I won't be able to disengage for a while.
I
but
have a hunch. I have a hunch.
I won't bother them. I'll just send emails like, what are you doing?
You may be one of those complaint stats that gets tracked on it. So we'll keep an eye out for it. Again, our thanks. So
And
this is going to conclude the committee's performance oversight hearing on the Public Service Commission and the Office of People's Counsel. Again, I want to thank everybody who testified last week with our public witnesses and today as well for our government testimony. The record for today's hearing is going to close on March 13th, 2026. So people can still submit written testimony to us through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. Until then, the next scheduled meeting of the committee is going to be on March 26th, where we're going to take up some very familiar topics here. So bear with me as I read each one of these bills out. The committee will hold a public hearing on 6 bills that are related to affordability and our utilities. Bill 26-105, the Improving Tenant Access to Water Bills Amendment Act of 2025. Bill 26-124, the Utility Disconnection Protection Act of 2025. Bill 26-243, the Automatic Enrollment in Utility Affordability Programs of 2025. Bill 26-443, the DC Water Billing and Disconnection Modernization Amendment Act of 2025. Bill 26-595, the Transparent Rates and Utility Expenses Amendment Act of 2026, and Bill 26-602, the Guiding Renewable Interconnection and Distribution, otherwise known as GRID Amendment Act of 2026. So there being no further business for the committee at this time, the time is now 3:49 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
You.
Right.